Greetings, adventurers. We are here on the precipice of doing heroic court in a new Barar palace. So it is definitely time to put the campfire out, get your armor, run to the fight, and make sure your weapon is ready and sharp. Dr. Plague, hello there. Ooh, they started off strong. How are you doing tonight, Plague? Ooh. It's gonna be that thing. We gotta move. Why are you on me? People definitely do not pay attention to those acids. Woo! I have to stand literally underneath the boss's thorax. Ooh, ooh, oh. Can't complain. That's always good. At least that's in a spot of, nothing bad, nothing fantastic, Can always make room for improvement kind of thing. That's how I always look at can't complain, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna let that one explode over there. We're gonna get over here. Ow. Can we make it, Plague? Can we down this boss? What do you think? What are your thoughts? We are currently at 53%. %. Nice. Uh-oh. You think tonight's the night, my guy, for AOTC? Ahead of the curve? Get it done before the next season? I'm kind of feeling it. We got 40% right now. I haven't died. I mean, me not dying is not necessarily a sign of us winning, because I'm not sitting here thinking I'm so arrogant that I'm carrying the group. I know I'm not. But me not dying means that we have some really good healers. No, I don't wanna. They are at 22%. Holy crap, 21%. Oh, there's so much stuff on the ground. I kind of love it and hate it at the same time. Whew. Oh, I got spiked. Shit. Oh, I was stupid. Whew. Man, it's like never ending in here. Holy crap, 16%. This is the closest I've ever been to defeating this boss. Execute phase. Let's go, let's go. My goodness. Uh-oh, uh-oh. We're at 4%. Please. No! There's still people up, though. 3%. Am I the only one that died? I'm not the only one that died. No. Oh! Boom! I got one more boss to get AOTC. Hot damn, that was awesome. Yeah. Nice. This is a headset. Mine's already 619, but this is heroic. All right. Oh, holy shit. Sweet. Oh, I'm feared. Right? I mean, all I did was just say, "Hey, what's up?" and they freaking brought me in. I didn't have to prove nothing. So that's freaking awesome. I don't even think I had my battle shot on that time. Oops. I have not done this fight before, so I really hope I do all right. I really hope I do all right. A hole's a hole. Ew. Seriously, if I get this down, like, that means in the first, like, 30 minutes of streaming, I got my freaking goal down. That's insane. That is seriously insane to think about. Oh, crap, I didn't even fix my screen. I'm sitting here looking like a scrub. You didn't tell me, Plague. So what have you been up to today? More more research on the Star Wars lore. Speaking of which, my youngest daughter, they went to this, they went to a local small business, and you know they sell like literally a bunch of, mostly like, I don't want to say gothic, but you know, like that dark, twisted kind of stuff. You know, like Beetlejuice and Nightmare Before Christmas and Tim Burton kind of stuff. But they have, you know, bins full of stickers, random stickers, and she got me an Ahsoka Forces of Destiny sticker. She also got me a chef from South Park. She got me a sticker from groups 1 and 3 are inside, 2 and 4 are outside. And then I got a, what's it called, regular show and a Bob's Burgers sticker. Well, I didn't get them. She got them for me. Like, she brought them home as a surprise. Oh, you draw tattoos and stuff? That's cool. I didn't know that. 1 and 3 go star. That's me. I really feel like I am not going to make it through this, but I'm going to try my hardest because these guys brought me in and we already defeated one boss. I got this boss and I get my AOTC. Oop, oop. There's always, I actually really liked the Nurubar palace here. The fights here are amazing. Queen Ansarak is really awesome too. She's not easy, she's not hard, but geez, man. Uh-oh, uh-oh. What's...
No, I'm just telling my friends that passed and I'm just showing you that I put their thing in the frame.
Oh, nice.
That's the one you went with me.
That what?
That's the first funeral you went with me that you almost drank the tea.
I asked you what it was first.
Probably pierced my nose.
It's nice.
You didn't hear me, did you?
The last part? No.
I said I might pierce my nose tonight.
Okay.
I'm just gonna use the gun.
Alright.
I know you don't like it.
I haven't seen it.
The same gun I used to pierce on his ears.
That's, never mind. No, not tattoos. I'm not that good. I can draw decent. I create a baseline that I would provide a tattoo artist to base off to create their own design. Oh, okay, okay. So basically they say, you know, or, you know, your wife says, hey, I want like a circle with, you know, some crazy stuff inside. And then the artist just finishes it off. You draw a circle and some random shit and the artist details it for you. You make the foundation. What kind of tattoo is she looking for? One and 3 are inside. 2 and 4 are outside. If you know how to pop, then pop your retrospective side. But I'm going star. Freeze tank. Whew. Shit. A lot of people leaving raid group on that one. She's a Harry Potter fan. Oh, yeah. So what exactly did you draw? Was it just like, was it like a book? Was it a person? Was it like a wand? Was it some other stuff? Well, I apparently made one mistake and they didn't like me. So I'm out. I gotta find another group. But it's only Queen now. So that's a lot easier. Because there's so many looking for freaking just Queen. Uh, that's cool. That's all. I always feel like that's the best way to do it. You know, just kind of let your mind go where it needs to go. You know, let your hand be free of thought, but at the same time, like have a purpose. I know that probably doesn't make sense, but that's just that's kind of where I've always been. I'm not like I can't. I mean, I can technically anybody can draw, right? So like I can draw, but I can't. I can't draw. But you know, I mean, it's like you just have to have just enough thought to have purpose, and just let your body, whether it's your hands or if you're a musician or whatever, you know, whatever it is, don't matter. Just let the rest of it just kind of flow. Damn. Let's see. So First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch a quick video here on Jake Paul and Logan Paul are going to do a long rumored boxing match. I was so disappointed with the Tyson match that I don't even want to watch any of that. I want nothing to do with it. It was a cash grab, and that's the sad thing. Because, like, I'm not sitting here thinking, you know, that... Where's my thing here? Here we go. You know, I'm not sitting here thinking that Tyson was going to be the best in his life. Did I think he was going to get hit a couple of times? Yeah, I thought he was going to get hit a couple of times. But the way that he was training, the way that, going about his shit, like, I didn't think Jake was going to make it past, or Logan or whoever the hell it was, I don't even know anymore, was going to make it past the freaking second or third round. Because, when Tyson hits somebody, he's going to hit you. Like, that should... I know he's older, but if he's gonna hit you, he's gonna hit you. And there was a couple of times where he hit him, and you could see freaking Paul getting dizzy and disoriented, and then he kind of did like this whole hold on Tyson, where it almost looked like he was like, "Hey, pull back, man, pull back, man." And I was like, you know what? I watched the whole thing, but it was sad. It was so sad. Yeah, and then he was pulling his punches after that. Right after the first like round or two, he started pulling his punches. It was so sad. Glory to the Autarch. What is Autarch? I don't know what that is. Hellgast Emperor. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm watching this video to make sure I'm doing stuff right. How are you, Zaku? This is interesting. There's so much going on with this fight. Yeah, that's easy, the part. Dodging the webs is one thing. Uh-huh. Yeah, see, I'm watching this video, and it looks like they blamed me for doing something that I was actually supposed to do. I mean, it's fine, because I actually thought I did something wrong. Or maybe I needed people to absorb it with me. Yeah, that part I'm familiar with. I mean, I think I still did something wrong, but unfortunately, a lot of people are, oh, we died. Well, that's it. I'm gone. And they peace out if it's not a one shot every single time. It's like, you are not elitist. You are not an elitist, bro. You are just another player. You're not top of the freaking server. Like people literally act like they're top of the server all the time. Not to mention, this is an MMO, right? And I think people really forget what MMO means, like, at its foundation. The actual words, multi or massively multiplayer online, right? But like multiplayer, meaning that you're playing with other people. This is supposed to be a game where people come together and defeat a boss and do their thing, kind of like SWTOR, right? You get people that come together, they defeat a boss in an operation or a flashpoint, but like you wipe once and people are like, they turn their nose up at you like they're snobby. And yeah, exactly, it's called grinding for a reason. Like, if you've done this fight, if you've done it a bunch of times, you already have AOTC, okay, why don't you just help somebody else? It'd be like, hey, I saw you did this, why did you do that? Like, talk to somebody, help somebody. I guess in my opinion, it's just one of those, the community that everyone complains about in WoW, especially those elitist groups about how everything is so toxic, are the ones who are making it toxic. They're not the only ones making it toxic, right? But they are the ones contributing to making it toxic because they straight out make it that way. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know. I guess I've always been. Listen, I've never. No one is 100% helpful all the time, right? I try to be, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people who are way better than I am. if you ask me a question and I know it, I will let you know. If I think you're doing something, I'll be like, hey, this is what's going on over here. What are you doing? And I try to talk to them. But like in general, nobody wants to do anything like that. Nobody wants to talk to each other. They just want to say, hey, this is your group. Go fight. Oh, we lost? See you later. Oops. I'm trying to get... Damn. Um... I think it's a solid raid. Yeah, I don't know. This War Within Season 1 definitely hit pretty hard in a good way, and definitely, you know, did good things in a new bar palace. Undermined patch, which comes out Tuesday, definitely has some living up to do, and I really hope that they continue. It looks like it's going to be a good raid. They got some cool mounts. They got some cool features. I just hope that it doesn't fall into the stagnants that other patches have fallen into. It looks good so far, but we'll really see what happens though. I'm gonna start signing up for these and seeing where we go. I think that was where I was. And of course, I have an old with, and he is we're just chatting about the raid here, which is pretty cool. Basically, it's saying that there's an achievement for the fight, that my favorite fight in Palace, which is Princess, where you have to keep a buff up on the boss, and basically you have to systematically kill one person at a time in your raid to keep the buff up, which means that the fight gets harder and harder, specifically because you're doing less and less DPS. That's just insane. Yeah, that's nuts. Actually, back when I used to RP all the time, and I still RP once in a while, right? I still try to RP like when I'm reading quests and stuff like that, especially in Warcraft. But like, when I used to RP all the time, he and I had like the best RP session one night. It lasted like 3 hours. and we started off typing in chat, and it was actually in SWOTOR, and we were typing it off in chat, and then eventually it went into we had too much to say, so we stopped doing that, and we started using I can't remember if it was Ventrilo at the time. It might have been Ventrilo for vanilla SWOTOR, but we started doing it over voice chat. And it's funny because both our characters were girls, so we're just sitting here doing it in our guy voice. But that was like the best RP session I ever had. Where is it? I want to look something up real quick here. No, I'm still looking up the wrong stuff. Here we go. I would think... Where's the MAGA guy? Here he is. Brood Twister.
Panic. I can't do it. Means I have the gun there and I'm afraid.
I know what... But why are you panicking?
I'm not panicking, I'm nervous.
Why? Yeah, if you panic, you're nervous and anxious. So
Yes.
why?
I don't know. I'm like, I did it the first time, so why can't I fucking do it again? And it's just everything. It's like, the first time I did it, it's because I wanted the pain. I wanted to feel something.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just, I got scared. What's about it?
Nothing.
I need to suck it up. Just need to suck it up and do it, but...
I mean, that's on you.
You're not giving it any words of encouragement. When you first met me, I had it.
I mean, I could give you the words of encouragement from the turtle from Kung Fu Panda. Do, don't do. Dumpling, don't dumpling.
Shut up.
I see you. I see you. Little Timmy.
What? Stop looking at me like that.
You're
like
standing.
you're just looking at me like, haha, you're a scaredy cat.
No. That's what you want me to make you feel like.
This is what you're making me feel like.
I'm sorry. It's not a big a deal as you're making it. But... Excuse me. But, I mean, you are going to feel the pain. I mean, you're putting a hole in your skin.
You don't care.
I don't... I mean, I like you the way you are. You want an extra piercing? Okay. It's not going to bother me none. You're just going to take it out every day. It's going to close back up.
I can't.
I know.
The first week, I can't take it out.
I was, for my original piercing, I was told that I couldn't take it out for 3 months, 4 months.
I was told that for my tongue ring is that for the first week, you can't take it out.
Psst, psst. All the freaking cats. To do or not to do, that is the question. She's trying to, she's got a little piercing gun and she's trying to pierce her nose. Or re-pierce her nose, I should say. So that's kind of where she's going with that. It's a nice little outfit. All right. No one's taken me into Queen. Queen kill. I don't want to do that whole 226 thing. I hate 226. If you are not absolutely precise with 226, you mess the whole freaking thing up. It's too much pressure, man. It's too much pressure. Have brain cells. I feel like, Zaku, if you were going to, raid lead, a lead in Warcraft here, and you were going to post it up for people to join, I feel like it would say, whatever boss you're on, because, I know you like to be specific and don't like to mislead people, but I feel like right afterwards it would be like, come on, you parasites. Come, you maggots, get to raiding. my microphone is a little loose where the plug is. So if I'm not, I have to have it like turned down and like have the bass pushing it back up in. Otherwise, it like, even though it's plugged in, it like moves like half a millimeter, and it undoes my microphone. So I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I appreciate it because I didn't put it on mute earlier, even when me and my lady were talking. But sometimes, if I'm not paying attention, even if I touch the microphone just a little bit, the wire will like push back a little bit and it'll just become loose again. So yeah. Header? What do you mean? They need heels, but they also need another one for this here. Oh, headset. The Razer Kraken. I don't know which version it is, but
Mama left your shoes out here.
where are they?
Over by Floodgate.
Of course they are. Oh my gosh.
Shut up.
You want me to just hold you down and do it?
Why, you gonna stream that?
I could. Could do it tomorrow night. Bet you if I promote it right, I bet you I get lots of people.
Why? Because people want to see you hurt me.
Well, people would rather see you than me.
Whatever.
I only need one more boss to get AOTC, and everyone keeps declining me.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Huh?
Oh, are we doing anything tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably shopping at least. We don't have to go crazy shopping, but for groceries.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed we do need some stuff.
Why?
Food.
I thought you were gonna tell me, but you didn't.
No, other than you had just woken me up. I didn't know what to think.
Oh, well, Jesse's thing is also a potluck, and I'm trying to decide, like, what should I take? That's also something that I don't know what the plan with that one is.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Good night, babe.
I'm gonna go to all and what a failure.
You're not a failure. Stop it. You're just scared of hurting yourself. I love you. Oh my goodness. What's that? Put herself down? Was a meme? Yeah. Well, she wants. I mean, I already said it, right? She has a piercing gun. She wants to re-pierce her nose, and you know, when we're all younger, right? Like when we're teenagers in our early 20s, when we go to get tattoos or we get to get piercings, sometimes it's not always about the piercing, even though the piercings usually look good or whatever. But sometimes you do it for the pain part of it, because that's just like what we're going through at that time in our lives, right? And even with tattoos, like I don't like needles, but I freaking love tattoos. Like, I got a bunch of them, and it's a different kind of pain for a tattoo. And it feels really good. I mean, if you're there for a long session, it does start to get raw and it does start to hurt. But she just, she has this mindset that if she could do it back then, she can do it now. And because she can't do it now, she feels less of herself. And it's like, that's not true. Like, back then, in our teens and our 20s, we just did shit to do shit. If it hurt, it hurt. We got over it. Now we're in our, 30s, and, I'm in my late 30s and she's in her mid 30s, right? And she's doing what everyone starts to do. You start to rethink the things. You start to rethink those things. Tattoo therapy. That's exactly how I've put it before. I have put it tattoo therapy. Exactly. When you actually stop to think of your decisions, it just means that it goes to show that your brain has said, is this something you really want to do? And you really want to think through it. But then the problem is, you either need to do it right there, or if you stop and think about it too much, you're going to overthink it and think about, all the bad part of it rather than the good part of it. So yeah, it's definitely evolving, and the whole piercing thing is, I've had one piercing my whole life, right? And it was my labret right here. And, it was probably one of the most, it wasn't the most, but it was probably one of the most intense moments of pain for the first, for the 2 seconds that it happened. And then it was done. The one thing I asked the piercing artist not to do was, or I asked her to tell me when she was done. Because I have a thing with needles, right? I didn't want to see the needle sticking through my lip. That's all I said. I'm like, I'll go through it. I have no problem. I just don't want to see the needle. So, of course I had two of my good friends at the time there, and they all thought it would be funny to let her know, to tell me, and she thought it'd be funny too, and she was like, yeah, okay, you can open up your eyes now. And of course, sitting on the wall right across from me is this giant mirror, while I'm like in this dentist type chair, right? And all I see is this needle, about the size of, it's longer than my head, but it definitely went down, just sticking out of my lip. And she's holding it while she's doing other stuff, but it's sitting here dangling, and I'm like, I got so nervous and anxious. I know how to keep calm during that stuff, but my goodness, that was rough. That that definitely got my heart pumping, and I thought I was going to break the arms off of that chair because I was, my arms started shaking. The pain that went through, that sucked, but it was literally there for 2 seconds. So yeah, at this point in your age, if you start to think about it, you either need to say, yes, I'm going to do it, and if you don't, you just you think about it too much, and boom, it's over with, Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, as long as you can keep yourself mentally calm, you're pretty good to go. That's kind of like where most things are. You just have to keep yourself mentally calm. There are a lot of people who can't. Once they get that fear, that instinct, and they'll instantly, freak out. Right? I'm not like that. My mom always raised me with that calmness, and if there was ever an emergency situation, to take care of it. I am not a doctor, but if somebody is hurt, I know that I need to make sure, I know how to check them. I know how to, if they're bleeding, to try and help them. I know basics, right? Things that everybody should know, but most people don't. But like, I don't panic in those situations. And anytime, because I used to I used to run restaurants, right? Like, I used to be the head chef and everything. And I've had some of my crew come up to me and go, hold their hand up to me and be like, hey, I cut myself with blood all down their hand. I never panicked. Never panicked. I treated them like my kid, right? I brought them over. I said, okay, wash your hand in the sink. Cool. Hold this on there. Keep it above your head. Blah, 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 blah. Do this, do that. And then we put a bandage around it. We're like, okay, we're good to go. You good? Good. Moved up. Like, I've never panicked in those situations. But my body was, with that needle sticking out, because it was like the size of a knitting needle. It made me shake. Oh. I mean, my head didn't shake. It was just my hands. Somehow I controlled it just enough to be in my hands. I don't know how that happened. Um, Man, I remember after she put in the spike that I asked for my Libre, though. I remember, because they were laughing at me, right? I remember after she put it in and said I was good to go, I got up and hit each one of them in the arm, because I was like, you mofos are not funny. You are not funny. And I mean, and then that was over, right? I hit them, they laughed, we had a good time, we, went around and did whatever afterwards, right? Those are the kind of things that, by the way, are like the basis of the community that I'm trying to build here. Is like, gamers today can be very toxic and can be very, hostile, and you're a streamer, you're not doing it perfect, I don't want to see you. And it's like, it's not about being perfect, right? For me, it's about bringing like-minded people together who used to sit on the couch, like with a console, and let's say you're playing Mortal Kombat and you got upset because, they repeated a punch over and over and over again, and you said it was cheating, and they beat you both rounds, and you turn around, you punch them in the arm, and you go, ow, and, you laugh it off, and you go, it becomes a story later. Oh yeah, I used to beat you all the time. No, you used to just use one button all the time. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of community where you're close, but you know how to, like, how to fuck around without being an ass. That's That's the foundation. Oh, I think I'm getting OBS and my Warcraft crashed. That's interesting. That's never happened before. That has never happened before. Okay. Yeah, whatever happened with that. Okay. Guys, give me a couple of minutes here. I just need to let the dogs out real quick before they go nuts. There. Hopefully everything is fixed and good to go. Who's messing with me? It's little Timmy. Timmy. There we go. All right, let's continue here. Do heroic. Looks like you need more than that. You need 6 poppers. Crazy little kitten over here, freaking running back and forth. See, I'm not a huge Mythic Dungeon fan. Jesus. Man, when that little kitten goes nuts, he goes nuts. He's over here fighting with a soda box. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm not doing the whole 226, and I can see that's exactly what they're doing right there. AOTC required. I am looking for AOTC, bro. Hopefully we can get this queen in here. Can't pay my sub. Trying to see if I can get into Queen. Queen, AOTC only. See, I'm not starting fresh. Just bad experiences every time. Well, I'm going to let these timers run out. When those timers run out, I'll probably switch over to... is he even still on? No, he's not on. Damn. The guy that I was playing with last night, one of my other longtime friends in the game, who's kind of come back. He hasn't gotten retail yet, but he is playing one of the other versions, which is Season of Discovery. We started a couple of characters last night where I was playing Hunter and he was playing Warrior, but it looks like he went offline. So I'm not really sure what I want to do here. Because I really don't want to sit here for friggin' 3 hours looking for one raid. And I've done that before, not on the stream, but I've done that before, and it is exhausting, which is why I want a guild. You know what? There was a guy that was possibly looking. So let me hit this guy up. You know, maybe. I won't be able to do the AOTC for this, but maybe it'll help with next season. Search. Rating with nerds. Oops. No, I don't see it. I mean, I might just hit it, honestly. And if we end up doing mythic stuff, we do mythic stuff. I wonder if he's even gotten anybody. I'll have to, I might even get on my mage here and see. Because I friended him. I would like to raid with my warrior. My orc warrior. It does not appear that he is on. So saucy. Alright. What is it this week? Cataclysm? Did I do all my... I did not. Well, I'm here now. Let's hit up some Cataclysm stuff. That means if I don't do it tonight, which is probably not going to happen, I have two days to get it. 2 days to get my AOTC. It'll take 9 minutes. Let me see while I'm waiting here. Let me see what we got for guilds. He's on the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker, that's the one I'm not a big fan of. So let's see. Friendly Sands, Caravan, role-playing raids, driven. Tasty Swords, that was a guild name. That's so weird. Silver Spoon. Let's see. Sightless Energy, Doomweed. Either that or I gotta start. I would have to rebuild my guild, and I really don't want to. Because it's so frustrating to see, you get good people in, and then they leave after 24 hours because not other people have been recruited. It's rough. It's rough to recruit. Plague, do you know how hard it is to recruit in SWTOR? I feel like I see people recruiting, but I don't know how many people are in guilds over there. Especially with SWTOR being 80% a solo game. Hell Screams Revenge. That's nice. Alt post, sorry, you are not invited. That's so bad. You are not invited. I wonder if they're trying to play the you play solo. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people play solo. You know what I mean? Because the only time that guilds I feel in SWTOR, and I could be completely wrong, okay, I'm just basing this on what I have personally seen, and I haven't seen that much anymore. I feel like in SWTOR the guilds there are mostly for role playing, which is fine. Role playing is fantastic in that game. Let's see. Yeah, see, I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, I feel like most people in SWTOR are mostly RP, and they do that whole we have an apprentice system in place or whatever, so that way, like when you're leveling up a Jedi or a Sith, you basically kind of level up in ranks and do your thing. I mean, I don't know. That's from what I've seen anyway. Because there's no new operations, right? There's no new operations. Oh, look who just came online. The person that I was actually looking for. The person I was actually looking for. But yeah, if I could find a guild here, you know what? So Saucy did offer me a spot. So he is in now, or they are in. Maybe I should talk to them. All right, so let me talk to him. Let me see what I can do. The worst that happens, right? I don't stay in the guild, right? I go find something else. It's the worst that happens. Um, starting to get a decent community with fairly good players in here that are active. Nice. Running mythics. Sweet, sweet. I don't know why I feel nervous. I think every time I join a guild, I feel really obligated to do things. But not in a bad way, right? Like obligated in the sense that like I want to be helpful. And for me, being helpful is a lot of things, right? Going to do content and stuff with everyone else, which is part of the game. But then sometimes I'm like, oh, man, I really want to do this over here. And then I'm like, man, I got to drop this and go do this. I'm trying to get that mentality out and be like, let me help, but also find that line that makes it, this is my time. I want to value my time other than just throw down. But like, I also don't want to be a dick either. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And they want to push Mythic. They want to push Mythic hard. So, I'm not a Mythic person. But I wouldn't mind doing it. So I was thinking, what would I have to do to get on the raid team? And also, guys, figure out what times that might be. So yeah, it's I mean, if they're gonna end up playing at a time that I can't play, then it doesn't matter anyway. You know what I mean? I really like this staff. It's very shiny. And it's dark in all the right places. Eastern Standard Time. Central. That would mean 7 for me, I think. Well, that would only mean 7 o'clock. And if it's only a couple of nights... How many nights a week? I don't have the 2 to 3 nights a week. That's not too bad. Friday, Saturday, and possibly... Okay, that is not so bad. I could do that. Is there a specific role that still needs to be filled? I'm going to leave this queue for right now because I'm doing a deep discussion. Taking everything at the moment. But I'd be willing to try. Do you want to hit your enemies with a stinky fish? Selling Stink Rod Smasher, 300k. Oh, I think I know what that is. It is that. That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. All right, maybe we can figure something out here. Right? Because we said, I said earlier, the worst that happens is literally I don't end up, you know, I don't end up raiding with them and I find something else, that kind of thing. I mean, I wouldn't mind. Oh. All right. Well, here's the thing. I got alts like crazy. I would prefer to use my arms, my arms warrior. It's simply just one more mechanic to deal with. Oh man, Discord. Discord. It's always Discord. Let's see. I always gotta write this crap down. I always have paper here. Now all of a sudden I don't have anything. Man. Okay. At least I have a pen nearby. I have apparently multiple pens nearby. BAT 6DZQP. Alright, let's go open up Discord. Which is on my other screen. Join the server. Yep. HTTPS. Bat, right? Bat, yeah. 6DZ. Alright, let's do it. Cool. Reading with nerds. There it is. I don't even know my shit here. I don't even know if my shit is all set up. This is why I avoid it, because I have so many things connected now. I got my mic here for streaming. I've got a mic in case I need to do Discord stuff wherever it is. Right here. But then I gotta do like push to talk and all that other good stuff. Where is it? Devices? Yeah, give me a second. Let's see. Profile. Devices. Okay, that's cool and all, but that's not what... this thing is annoying. It is annoying, because it keeps kicking me out. Edit profile. Voice and video. There we go. Ah, okay. See? It has it as my webcam as one of my freaking input devices. That's awful. Let's do Kraken. Output, not output. Jesus. Hello. This is Vildane. I am streaming. Hello. Ah, see? My microphone got all twisted around. Hello? Is that better? It sounds like it's better. Yeah, kinda. Now I gotta do push to talk. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I always test things with meow meow meow, or I test things with something my brother used to do when we were in a band. We used to, when he was on the mic, he would go, testes, testes, 1, 2, 3. That's so stupid. But I do that whenever I test a mic. I mean, I can hear myself in there just fine. It's a matter of this working. Where is it again? Voice and audio. Push to talk. All right. There we go. Hello? Hey, can you guys hear me all right? Yeah. Well, so you said you're still looking for all roles, right? Cool. So I guess there's a couple of things that I I'm an alcoholic. First of all, I'm sure a lot of people are nowadays, but I have a lot. But I mainly play either a Vengeance Demon Hunter. What I really would like to raid with is my Arms Warrior. But I mean, in the past, when anytime I've raided, I usually Shaman heal. I'm really comfortable with Shaman healing. But I mean, technically, any role you guys need me to fill, like I can do it. But I mean, I can give you 4.5. No, I'm just. I mean, like I said, I haven't been rating in a long, like officially rating. I mean, this season, I've just been pugging. Um, that's I mean, I definitely feel the people being sugarcoated for sure, because you know it's people either give up too easily and they don't throw their dedication in, or you know they just say, all right, we're done. And it's like, okay, I understand if you have a frustrating night and everyone needs a break, and maybe you come back the next night and do something, but like even then most guilds won't do that. Like uh, all right. I mean, he's not like my arms warrior is not like geared to teeth, but he is 616 right now. He's only got like two pieces of champion left, but I know that doesn't really matter for next season, because there'll be new gear to hit before the raid technically comes out. But no worries. Oh, oh yeah. At first, I was like, "Oh man, that's a pretty intense, tough love for the first couple of things, or like the beginning of the season." But you're talking end of season, and it's like, yeah, at that point, you should have something down. Like, yeah, like back in Dragonflight, like I was tired of trying to pug, and taking 3 hours just to get into a raid that broke down because one boss didn't get downed in one shot, and everyone broke down. I'd have to do it for another hour or two to try and get back into another raid. And so I made my own guild like season 2, and but not a lot of people were coming back quite yet, so like it didn't go anywhere. But like even my little ragtag guild that didn't have a full raid team, I mean, we were still clearing half a heroic with pugs. So like, I mean, I'm good with paying attention to stuff. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's more than fair. I mean, the first couple of times, like the first couple of weeks, like you were talking about, like if it's like, okay, we're still trying to figure this out, but it, and yeah, see, I've pretty much been on one extreme and the other for guilds, right? One is like the one you were talking about where, oh, you can do better next time, but you've been doing this for 6 months. The other is, oh, you said you were raid aware, but, you got a dot on you and didn't dispel it right away. And I'm like, okay, but I was casting a heal. And they're like, yeah, but this. And they're like, bam, and just so I guess when you were talking to me, that's kind of where my mind. I was like, I don't mind pushing, but I also don't want to be in that extreme situation anymore where I'm getting frustrated because I'm trying to keep people, whatever class I'm playing, right? Like I'm trying to do my thing, but also be raid aware and getting blamed for something that happened within a split second that I couldn't even control. No worries. I mean, this sounds pretty good so far. Yeah. No, I mean, it sounds good, and I think maybe in my head the reason I am more hesitant than anything is maybe because it sounds too good to be true. You know what I mean? Because every time I hear promises of this and that, I'm like, oh, cool, and then yeah, 7 kids. Holy crap! One, congratulations. Two, as soon as you said 7 kids, I happened to be drinking something and I almost choked at it. I was like, 7 kids, holy crap. There you go. That's the way to do it, honestly. That's not to be all over the place with that. Um, so you said you have another arms warrior? Oh, cool. So the thing is, I am not opposed. I'm not one of those people that just because I'm playing and I say, oh yeah, I did, this is my character, I play it my way. I do to a point, but like, if you're better than me, like, please, or if I'm doing something wrong, especially with my rotation or whatever, like, I'm one of those people, I'm pretty open to, say, hey, like I don't mind doing meta stuff, like when I look it up online, but there's also certain things where when I look at those trees, I go, you know what, I change this talent, that talent, but overall, like 90%, I'll keep it the same, but exactly. You know, like when they're like, oh, well, you know, let's just say warrior for example. They're like, oh, you know, you gotta have, uh, what is it, intercept on your arms warrior. I'm like, no, I don't. Like, I don't use it. But yeah, I mean, I would prefer to raid. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I would prefer to raid on him. I mean, if it comes down to we need something else and I have it, I mean, I'm willing to help, but you know what I mean? I just don't want it to be like a, oh, well, you healed once, you're always going to heal. Do you know what I mean? Or you did this once, you're always going to do mage, cuz like mage I do for fun on the side. I don't really. That's cool. I like to hear that because you know, I mean, after we've been pounding stuff down for a while, you know, once in a while I'm like, oh, geez, maybe I'd like to change it up a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm I'm also one of those that just because I want to bring a separate character in, I'm not going to just bring them in just because. Like I'm going to make sure they're geared and ready too. Just so you know, like it's not like, oh yeah, I just leveled up a mage yesterday and I'm X eye level. You know, I know it's like 30 under, but I can do it because I know mechan. Okay, but if I'm not pulling DPS, you know, you guys aren't going to want me there. I wouldn't want to be there if I'm not pulling DPS. That is not me. It's funny too because I was on my warrior just a moment ago because I'm trying to get that last minute AOTC and all I need is queen and um, I've been trying to pug it all night. I've been trying to do it all week actually, and um, you know, finally, just no one was just accepting me for like the past hour. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, maybe I should, you know. I said I talked to So Saucy. I was like, I talked to So Saucy. Maybe he's on, right? So I actually put in trade chat. I was like, anyone from looking rating for nerds on? And I was like, let me go get on my mage and see if he's on. My warrior. Nice. Um, I do you want me to type the name in general chat and I can log over real quick? Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying what is the name? That my bad. Uh, oh, he's 616, but I can't. Like I said, I have like two pieces of champion gear that are, you know, they're maxed out, but like I think I have like one trinket that I just haven't been willing to give up yet because it does a lot of good secondary stats, which is from the last time I looked at it was, you know, arms warrior was like all about your secondary stats, obviously strength, but um, so pretty much that's the only reason I haven't like pushed it up a little bit higher. But other than that, most of my stuff is like hero, like, you know, 2 or 3 out of 5. Well, boys, it looks like I might actually be in this guild here. Raiding with nerds. It's fitting. Yeah, see, most of my stuff is hero. Except for this one. Oh, that's what's holding me back, is my freaking 606 ring. That's what's holding me back, guys. For my item level going up. Oh, I just hit 617. I lied, I'm actually 617. But I also just realized I have one ring that's holding me back a little bit. It's my one ring is like 606. I haven't upgraded that one. I've been upgrading every other piece of gear, and I literally forgot that one in the dust. You guys are, I'm going to say right now, you guys are brave to do the Dawnbreaker one. That's my least favorite dungeon this time around. Like, I like the concept of it. Okay, I love being able to use the mount and going through it and stuff, but just overall, it's my least favorite dungeon. Oh yeah, I mean that's not even the problem. City of Threads, yeah, I would say that that's pretty annoying too. I mean, I like it because of the visuals, but I would say it's definitely annoying because when you're running around trying to find all the spies. Let's try and look for another queen, guys. I feel like it's... But yeah, I haven't even gotten AOTC since Uldir, back when I was, you know, in a different guild. I actually haven't been in, other than the guild that I made in Dragonflight, I haven't been in a guild since Uldir. We got AOTC, we kind of relaxed for a little bit, and then before the next one started, we basically just kind of... Everyone just stopped logging on, and so I just kind of left when there was like 2 people on at a time and no one was doing anything. And I was like, all right, well, I'm glad I got to raid with you guys, but if no one's gonna be here, I'm gonna go try and find something. But like that's been, I mean, I keep trying to push AOTC, at least, you know, for myself every season. Well, not in Shadowlands, I would say at least since the beginning of Dragonflight. And really at that point, it's up to whatever group I get into pug-wise, which I'm sure you guys know is just as random as anything else. Yeah, from what I've been hearing since Dragonflight, right? Because I haven't pushed Mythic rating at all, but from what I've heard is that starting in Dragonflight, and I think it was season 2, basically normals. I mean, normal Dragonflight raids were crazy easy. But basically normal kind of became slightly harder than LFR. Heroic became the slightly harder version than normal than what it used to be, but Mythic is like what heroic used to be when they first started coming out. So it's gotten me interested and intrigued. I just haven't touched it yet. But sorry, I'm listening to these guys while I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, cool. I'd be willing to at least give it a shot because, like I said, I'm not perfect, but I do push myself, you know, to try and be better. It's Do you want it in general chat, or you just want me to just say it? Oh, I meant in Discord. My bad. This is funny. Nice. Family guy, but also likes to push it. So it's my warrior's name. I put it in Discord general chat, but yeah, yeah. One thing you'll find. Oh, thank you for the invite. Plenty of times. Back in Cataclysm, I was actually kind of forced into a raid lead position, and I've done it before. I prefer not to because I like to concentrate on my stuff. But if it ever came down to it, it's one of those like, as long as I've done the fight a few times, I'm comfortable with it. But I'm not here to like try and push myself into a raid lead position or anything. I've just done it before. That's all. So like that, if that shows you at all what kind of how aware I gotta be because I gotta be doing my shit. You know what raid leading? I mean, you gotta do your shit, then you gotta do everybody else's shit, and then you gotta make sure that they're not staying in shit. So just making sure that we're raid aware and being patient and all that good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, like I said, right now I'm trying to get that AOTC before. Oh, me? I so I've stayed away from Mythic Pluses a lot just because I've had a lot of bad experiences with groups. So I mean, I don't really know the mechanics for like this season. Um, but I mean, if you guys wanted me to try and whatever, I mean, I could do it. I do have DBM. What do you mean? I do delves. I do heroic. A new bar. I whenever the time walking raids come out, those are heroic levels, so I do those. I am a nerd. I I love my delves. They're fun. Little personal conquest. In War Within, no. Basically, I did a couple. Uh, I mean, I did them back in Legion when they first came out. I did a couple during during BFA. I did a couple during Shadowlands, and I did like 6 or 8 in Dragonflight. And every single group that I've ever been in has just been. I mean, it falls apart. And all right, Plague Man. I'm glad you came in. Oh, that's nice. But I mean, between delves and everything else that's been going on, I mean, like I said, I play a lot of alts because I didn't have a guild up until now. So, but most of my alts are essentially between literally playing them like 3 times a month. You know, they're between 590 and like 610. Most of my alts, so like without even trying, you know, I've gotten them up. And this one being the main one that I play is just, you know, it's just if I don't get those heroic crests, you know, I can't really upgrade a lot of my other stuff. Looks like we're gonna start doing mythics here. I am not a huge fan of mythics, but hey, if you get a good group and know what we're supposed to be doing, there is a difference. That's kind of the biggest thing. When you pug mythics, you can have a good group, but for the most part, it's not like that. Oh no, I just do the delves for the gear and stuff, but like when it comes down to like rating, like if like every time I've been in a guild or even a serious group and not just, you know, a group that keeps messing around and saying, "All right, we're done." Like when we're doing it, we're doing it. Like I'm not focused on anything else. The opportunity for me to fuck up. Always. Well, geez, don't make me too nervous now. Because I haven't done this in a. Sorry, I was just gonna ask. Because I haven't done this in a while. Do you guys want? Oh, it's Grim Batal. Love Grim Batal. Do you guys want me to be in a single DPS spec or AOE? Gotcha. All right. I switched over before because I was pretty sure from the last time I had done Mythics, but I was like, I don't know, maybe it's changed. I'm really nervous about doing mythics. Let's see. There's a place for this too. I gotta find out where the heck the mythic places are. Zaku, I think I joined a type of guild that is like right up your alley. Focus, get killed, learn, don't get killed, kill. There's a place around here somewhere. I mean, even in pugs, I really try to put my effort through. I don't do, oh well, it's just a pug, I'm just gonna fuck around. You know, I try, but again, like you said before, you know, sometimes you can only be as good as your group is, and if your group is faulty and down, then you're not gonna get much further. I mean, I know that's not every single case, but I know that that's most cases. Let's see. Looks like we're finding. It's just taking forever to do mythics. Be cool to have a full enough guild to be like, oh yeah, let's just go do it. Stone vault? Shit. Isn't there a portal room for mythic places? Gotcha. Basically, whatever is past content, there's a portal for, but current content you just go to. I'm right here. And make sure I'm all nice and repaired before I go in. But that doesn't make sense. Aren't you supposed to stand in fire and not interrupt things? I mean, I'm a warrior. I'm an orc warrior. If I'm burning, I just say, let it burn while I kill things. That's how it works, right? Thank you. Yeah, we talked about it, and and I said, "Hey, just let me think about it." And you're like, "Yeah, think about it." And you still tried to hit me up and be like, "Yeah, I mean, like we even do casual stuff too. So like, don't be afraid if you just want to join, just join." And I was like, "Well, let me think about it." So here I am. That's my honey right there. Here we go, boys and girls. We're hitting this up. Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm trying to be mindful here. See how this actually works. I'm actually really nervous about this. Not even because I'm trying to show anything, just because mythics in general I get nervous about. Yeah, certain protocol activated. They're probably over there talking about me right now. Oh, what are we doing? There we go. Uh-oh, uh-oh. There we go. I popped my potion. Volatile spec. There we go. Hit that up. See, the one thing I hate about doing AoE in Mythics is that my boss DPS is always a little bit smaller. But I think I did okay. I think I did all right. Woo! Oh, I couldn't interrupt. I know I definitely have room for improvement, but I think I'll be alright. Kill, kill, kill. Love it. Where are we going? Uh-oh. Does it? Come on, boy. At least I'm doing decent damage. I'm not doing the most damage. Which, I mean, I'm number 4. I should be technically number 3 because there's 3 DPS. The void consumes everything. Interrupts on platform, please. Ow, motherfucker. Seriously? Yeah, my bad. Sorry, guys. As soon as I took that res, that thing hit me in the face. I mean, Lingering Void is definitely a very good buff. Obvidruid. Well, my first mythic in I can't tell you how long. Literally since Dragonflight, probably season 1 or 2. So it's been a while. It was rough, but we're here. I mean, we're at 29, 28%. This. Yeah. I'm gonna lay here dead in my drowned pride. That's rough. We probably could have killed the boss if I was still alive. That's kind of the thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, they're going to do it. 7%, 7 and 5%, 6 and 4%. We got this. They got this. I should not take any credit for that. They got this. Boom. Yeah, sorry about that. As soon as I took the res, that thing hit me in the face. Oh, yeah. Alright, alright. There we go. That was a good one. That was a good AoE strike right there. I mean, I even finally out DPS'd the other two. So that was nice. Yeah, yeah. Hit it. I'm gonna save that whirlwind for the next one. There we go. Shit. Yeah, I saw it too late after my whirlwind effect went on. I saw I was on top of it. I was like, shit. Like, normally I can heroic leap out of that, but in the middle of my whirlwind, I was like, shit, I'm moving slower. Like, so that was my bad. Bladestorm. Sorry, I sometimes because I still I come from Warcraft 3, right? So sometimes Bladestorm and Whirlwind. Yeah. What the hell hit me? Crystal Salvo? I didn't see anything under my feet that time. Shit. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. Oh, that's rough. Ow. Yeah. So, was that something I did, or... Those ads die a lot quicker than I thought they would. After I saw the first two go down, I just kind of stopped and turned around. I'm like, wait, where's the other one? No one said go yet. I was like, shit. Yeah. Oh. Man, this makes me nervous. There we go. Bring up my avatar. There we go. Boom. Boom. Execute phase. Execute phase. There we go. Damn. Nope, nope, nope. Get out of that way. Okay. Wait, the healer died? Healer died. Here we go, here we go. Come on, push it, push it. Oh, 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 not good. There we go. I'll pop my shit. Kill the totem. See, I hope I'm not into this whole Raider IO thing. That's the one thing I'm not, like, a huge fan of. Shit. Both of those together hurt pretty hard. I hit 2, maybe 3 stone bolts. I don't have my shockwave on. I only have my pommel. Yeah, that's fantastic. The AoE build that because I usually use shockwave. I usually stay away from stormbolt, but it told me to use stormbolt for the AoE one that I have. Because I have shockwave like on my single target, but just not on my AoE, and I was confused, but that's what they said was better. Guys from behind me shot me. But yeah, I would love to see, a better AoE, because I've always been about AoE. Um, this one is Icy Veins in particular. Over where? What is all this? Apparently I got some shit popping up here. Well, I don't know how I lived up to their expectations, But I felt like I did like out of 10. I say I give myself a good solid 6.5 to 7. Well, how do you feel about my awfulness? What was it at the end? Oh, for the ads. Yeah, that second time, just before that what was it? That swirly ad boss got pulled. That second time that I died to those ads, I literally did not see that swirl in there. That's why I was like, "What the hell just killed me?" Because I mean, I thought I was paying attention, but apparently not to that point. And on top of that, like, I mean, if you guys tell me, hey, this is the mechanic, but you thought you were doing it this way, but this is how it really needs to be done, like, I'll always change it up. Yeah, I just saw that pop up. You're easier on me than I am. I said to myself, if I had to rate myself out of 10, I'd give myself a solid 6.5 to 7. I mean, when I hear rate awareness from other people, like nowadays, like you said, is it really rate awareness, or are you just, you're hoping DBM tells you everything? Because I'm old school enough that I'm looking at the screen, I'm looking at shit I'm trying to look at shit that's under my feet. I don't always rely on DBM to tell me everything. If it says get the hell out of the way and run, then I'm like, oh shit, I need to run, right? But like for the most part, I'm looking. Is there swirlies, different colors, whatever? If I see it, I'm like, shit, let me get out of it. Or in the Kill Jaden fight, get in it. But Yeah, and in that one in particular, with that boss and those ads, like they're the same color as the swirls. So I literally.
Yes, the fucking doors. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's hard if the fucking sword are on literally on top of them, and they're covering you. And you as a melee, especially as a warrior, don't have range. They're barely giving us 1 yard of range just to hit the targets. Like an extended yard range, and that's it. Not like a 5 yard range, nothing like that sort of like a red paladin has. You know, they have yards. Um, rogues, rogues still technically have their range too, but not as before. Monks used to have a thing that basically teleports them to do their tiger palm strikes. Um, that was bullshit. I'm glad they took it away from them because yeah, that was fucking ridiculous that they could fucking teleport from 10 yards, however many yards away to the target. And that was just a talent ability. Fucking anything else, it's just a passive. I'm like, okay, so what the fuck warriors have? They have huge ass weapons, but they have to still be fucking nuts to blood on the fucking mob. So that was, yeah. So they kind of take away a lot of that shit away from the warriors are still fuck. So that now they're barely giving us a yard instead reach. I mean, at least make it 3. A nice odd number. Not 5, just 3. But yeah,
Okay,
let me know if you have any questions about the whole system.
so I'm looking at the build right now that said it was Mythic Plus Arms Warrior right now, and it looks like the majority of it is what I already have. It's just a like 3 or 4 talents here and there, and there's a couple that I'm like I picked it more or less for situational wise, so I can rearrange a couple of these things and definitely get Shockwave for stuns. I'm not opposed to that.
Shockwave, yeah, Shockwave and Sword will lock down the targets. Sure, there's diminishing returns, but the target can still get interrupted and stun or whatever, use it. Um, Not all targets are going to be able to get your stun. I mean, your Shockwave, yes, but for more stun, locking down the target, and see more shit remove it, stuff like interrupts, yeah, it's kind of difficult because of the diminishing returns. So we have to be careful who has the stuns in first. Like for me, I did use kidney shot from time to time. No one has an interrupt, I just stun the target. The target's stun. The target's not stunnable, and then I guess people are just fucked if they get shot from the cast.
You know what's funny is you guys were, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about it, right? You were just talking about shit about Icy Veins a second ago, and their multi-target said that you should still use just Colossus Smash on a single target. Just use your sweeping strikes, but I always for AOE I always change it to Warbreaker, and this one here is telling me Warbreaker, so I'm like, see, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, Warbreaker is exceptional because it does, the fucking Colossal Smash onto all the targets in the AoE. It's massive amounts of damage right there. Especially when you do that and then Blade Storm or Blade. You doing Slayer or are you doing Colossus, right?
Slayer.
Slayer, okay, yeah. So when you do that, the AoE, then you do Blade Storm, and it's a shit ton of damage, including your beats and whatnot. On top of that, before you do it, it's like the setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to do that as much as possible as long as my Blade Storm's not on cooldown. And if it is, then I usually try to use Thunderous Roar and Cleave and whatever I can just to hit everybody at once. Especially since my Cleave definitely hits that extra Slayer, mini Blade Storm. Well, I'm glad I could at least show you guys I wasn't, completely full of shit.
You weren't. Just kind of kept us with where things are now. But I mean, not season one, but season two definitely were more peak gear and everything.
Check off a sore.
Yeah, I mean, I would still be doing delves just because of the gear as well. You know what I mean? More chances with gear.
Yeah, plus I like to do, achievements, collectibles, all that. Like, I do that stuff anyway. You know what I mean? So why not do it for gear too if I can?
Yeah, exactly. But for delves, I saw that they're not going to be completely free because you go a higher key or a higher difficulties like 10 and 11. However, if you get crests, then you'll be pressed for those. But it's not going to be as much as mythic. Still, it's going to be slightly off, but it's going to be just as much. You can grind those just for crests. Um,
I mean, sometimes you're missing just one crest or three crests that you could have gotten from a delve. You know what I mean?
yeah, I looked up a video on that. It's the guy talks about it. What if you want to get your gear quicker, then this is what you got to do and whatnot. So it's up there. You just have to look at get all this stuff up. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah, I'll check that out for sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this battle plans more in that regard later, so we don't have to comment anything on it.
I am. I mean, I like I said, I try to hit I mean, as solo as I can, right? I mean, essentially I just pug, but I would really like to be a part of a team and actually be like, hey, we did this together, and not just like, you know, we barely even wipe on a boss because, maybe the tank wasn't paying attention to somebody, a healer that wasn't even to the boss yet, and then they go, oh, no one healed me, this raid sucks, you all suck, go kiss ass, bye, and then half the raid leaves, like that shit sucks.
No, real talk though, yeah, no. There's some stupid ass pug. He was trying to run the fucking raid group in the last group I was in. They're good peeps, right? So this fucking random asshole got kicked out. He straight up said, "Your raid leaders not avoid clearing this at all. You guys ain't going nowhere with this raid leader." And he fucking and they were fucking making fun of it, of what he just said, and we just fucking cleared the raid when he left.
Oh shit.
They were like, "Oh, with this raid leader, you're clearing the raid."
Yeah, I mean that's really what I mean. Like, okay, just to let you guys know too, and if you tell me I can't during raids and stuff, it's fine. But like, I'm a streamer too. I'm not a huge streamer. I'm just a small time streamer. I just like to do it. I have a nice little, very small community. But like I tell them all the time, I'm like, MMOs are not what they used to be, and I don't even mean that in game style. I don't mean that in anything else. I mean, it's supposed to be a multiplayer game, and no one wants to multiplayer anymore, because when you get in there, everyone thinks about themselves, and if you don't do it their way, they say fuck you and leave and then screw you over. I mean, I do. I keep Discord, out of it, so like you guys aren't, and I have like my, my face over the chat and stuff, so like no names are ever compromised, or like if something happens and, I don't want anybody to log on and be like, hey, you're a piece. Whisper them and be like, you're like I avoid all that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I always try to make sure that if I ever join like a guild run, for like raids and stuff, I always disclose that because I know some people are like, please don't do that, we're a whatever. So I'm just trying to be out there and honest and open. From what, like I said earlier, from what I heard from consistent, active raiding guilds, was that normal became a joke, compared to what it used to be. Not that it was ever like really hard, but normal kind of became a joke. Heroic became like slightly harder than old normal, and then mythic was basically the new heroic from like back in the day, hard wise. So if that's the case, I don't mind that. You know what I mean? I mean, I was doing heroic back in the day from Wrath of the Lich King through. I didn't really play through Mists, but I did it. Kata, Wrath. I came back toward the end of Mists, but I didn't really like raid. I mean, like I did LFR for Siege of Orgrimmar, but that was about it. And then I started raiding in Warlords again. So no kidding, that's awesome. Did you? I mean, did you quit just because you were like, we achieved this and I'm good, or was there just other shit going on? Yeah, that's definitely fair. Wait, were you the? Wasn't there? If you were the world's first, were you the guild that got like banned by Blizzard because that there was some sort of mechanic that they thought was being exploited? Oh shit! Like it's your fault that they put that in the game and you just used it. Oh, that's what it was. That's harsh. At least you guys know that it happened. Everyone else knows it happened too. It just that sucks. But that's the thing, though, right? Like, if you guys like, okay, there's a difference between people playing the game and using the game to your advantage versus somebody going out of their way to cheat or exploit the game. Like when they have, I don't know, if they have some random freaking item that, when you go in, you pulled, freaking, you have like 10 NPCs on you and it instantly kills them, but it's not supposed to, and you're doing that consistently, and you knew that that happened, that's exploiting. Oh, I know. I'm saying like in general, like if you know that this is what's going on and you continuously do it, then that's exploiting. But if you guys are using a bomb that says, "Hey, it does X damage," but for whatever reason didn't, that and that was like the last expansion that like really you used your profession items all the time, because I know like in classic, the Burning Crusade and Wrath, you had items from like engineering or whatever that added to whatever this and that. Like you have people really haven't done that since Cataclysm. You know what I mean? Like people don't really use extra professional shit on bosses anymore. You don't hear Liquid and whoever else going, okay, do you have your engineering bombs, do you have your goblin shredder bombs, and this, no one says that shit anymore. That's intense. I watched that for season one, and it was pretty intense those last couple of nights. Like I said, I'll put everything I got out there. If it's not enough, just let me know. But I will try to do it. Yeah, see, that's the best part here, is that these guys actually want to have a good time doing it. Yeah, I hear that. I mean, that's literally what I want to be at. Like the extra competition for the mythic thing. I mean, that's just kind of like extra for me, right? Like everything else you've been telling me, I'm like, that's kind of where I really want to be anyway. So, I mean, pushing it a little bit harder and further than that is just the gravy at that point. I think it definitely has, and I know that times change. I know a lot of games are, fast paced. Like, I get it. I don't blame Blizzard for trying to keep their game alive for that shit. What's that? Correct. Exactly. I was just gonna say that too. Like I understand they got to change their game with the times and this and that, because if they still had everything from classic and TBC and Wrath era, I don't think the game would still be as big as it is right now. You know what I mean? So I'm glad they've changed. I'm glad they evolved. I like the game, as is and everything, but it's still an MMO, which literally has multiplayer in it. Like you're supposed to be together. It's supposed to be a community. Like that was what Warcraft got so popular in the first place. It was about the communities. I mean, every time I hear somebody talk about how they leveled in vanilla, they always say, or even if they started in TBC, they always say, my guild made it the best. This person in my guild made my life, and we still are friends today, and this and that. Like, I started mid Wrath. I was about, I joined at the end of, like about 3 to 4 months before Ulduar dropped. All right. Yeah, I mean, like when I first started, I was like I said, I was like 3, 4, maybe 5 months like away from Ulduar, but I had just started my first character. I didn't know much about raids. I didn't know what was coming out. I didn't know what was going on. 100% noob, right? And I started a horde character first because that's where I wanted to be. And my manager or one of my managers that I worked with at the time, he said, yeah, I play World of Warcraft too. I'm like, really? And he was like, yeah. He's like, I'm an Alliance. And I was like, oh, I see where this is going. So, but he had me join his server. He had me join his guild. He goes, it's a small guild, blah, blah, blah. But the guild leader, I mean, literally when I say small guild, I mean, it was literally like 4 to 6 people and like 3 people ever on at a time, right? But they were tight knit. Like when they did something together, they did everything together, right? It was when the guild leader went and joined a raid just for fun. She was whispering all of us and saying, "Hey, come join the raid." And I was like, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm trying to level. Don't worry about that. Just come have fun." That's all it was, right? She included us all the time in everything we did. If at any point I was like, "Hey, I'm really lost because I thought I was doing this and blah blah blah," she would take the time to run out to me, on Mount whatever, right? She came out to me and she would guide me through. And I mean, she was a big RPer, which I really appreciated too. So as we were running through, all of a sudden she would stop and she'd be like, do you see that wall? Blah, 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 and RP this. I really connected with that because she made the game, it was already alive for me, but she made the game like heartfelt and really alive. But yeah, I mean, like, even my beginning stories are about the guilds that I was in because they all really wanted to help each other out, and it was about doing things together, not necessarily every boss we had downed. I wasn't really in any raiding guilds until the end of Wrath, but it was just about, hey, we're here together. This is the community. We're going to help you out. If you ever need help, always let me know. And we were always there for each other. And that shit, that's what I miss. I miss being there for somebody else and somebody else being there for me when I'm like, hey, I'm kind of lost, rather than, hey, go Wowhead. Hey, go do this and that. I know I can do that. You can't take 2 seconds to tell me rather than me having to research for the next 5 minutes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I research that stuff anyway, but I don't know. It's people just don't want to help anybody out anymore, and that's the sad part. All right. All right. I mean, I definitely love, those real deep, heartfelt stories and whatnot. Like every time I saw those stories, or even now, because they still resurface once in a while. But like, hey, I met my wife on here. Hey, I met my husband on here. Blah blah blah. Like that shit. Like that gets to me. It really hits me. You know.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's up? You got me here this morning, my boy. Work this morning. So you remember earlier how I told you I go
A little one.
well, also had
Timmy.
got shut down. My power was not lost from lost so to go back to the day when I was working with the shit, man, I was good on all work skills that I had made. And the guild was called Critical Code. We were a very competitive, high-end guild. I mean, we ourselves top 500, and that was longitude. But I had a man in there named Lil Pat, Lilpat, Fallon. He hailed from Kansas. About to do his thing. I was respectful of him. He was my direct viewer inside the box fight. He was never on a race. Honestly, specifically, and the only one on it. Like his mom. I was just shocked every single fucking week. This always stuck. One, at this time, I'm in my very early 20s. I'm like 19 years old, right? He's a little bit older than me, about 24 sometime. And after about a year, he said, "Man, we need to do one more." He said, "Yeah, just
I
go
have
and
many, many
what I need
wares.
to do." One second, boy, let me get you off here.
Yeah, yeah. I'm listening.
So, I know he's leaving already. I know he's got to go. Um, about 6 months later, he tells me, "Hey, bro, let's take 2 weeks." He's like, "If I fly now, airport, you gonna take a trip?" I'm like, "Yeah." Because I let you up on a single time. I'm like, "Of course I will." I'm like, "Sam, I have me and my Rachel lady, I have to set up. He's like, "Yeah, that's awesome." He's like, "I want to get out of here." I'm like, "Alright, bro, yeah." He lives in California. I was hoping to wedding. Um, can't
This is a very interesting story. Oh shit. Well, my heart out to you, man. That's not easy, especially since you guys connected so quick, so hard, and just went for it. You know. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I mean, that's like you said, that wasn't something easy to share. So, thank you for sharing that with me, with us. Yeah, man. I'm. I mean, I know everybody probably says that they're the most patient person they know, but for real, like in my life, like you know, I'm willing to stick shit out as long as we, are really trying to do shit. You know what I mean? It does. Yeah, this is a pretty heartfelt story. Holy crap. Uh, yeah, no, definitely, man. It's, in fact, I have somebody, in my chat, not right now, but I was talking to him yesterday because he was like, hey, is World of Warcraft RNG? And I told him, yeah, it's RNG stuff. And I tried to tell him, I said, but it's not as like RNG as it used to be, where like you could farm for like 3 months and not get what you're looking for. I mean, it can still happen, but I tried to explain to him all the other, you know,
It's not as bad as people think.
no, no. I was showing him the vault. I was showing him how all this other stuff could work, and I was like, it's really satisfying. Like you were just saying, it's really satisfying when you get something. I said I kind of prefer RNG rather than just playing like a single player game all the time, where you go, okay, I know this chest. When I open it up, is going to give me the legs of power, and this sword is going to give me the best throughout the rest of the game. I like the RNG part because it's satisfying, especially when you do it in a group and you get it and everyone's happy for you. Like they go, dude, you finally got that. I know you've been wanting that for a while. Shit, like that stuff feels good. It really does. I love you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, plus, I would rather sit 3 hours, on a couple of scheduled days and say, hey, uh, I know we're going to do this. Whether we drop a boss or not, we're doing it together and we are going through the content versus spending 1 to 3 hours, in Group Finder and being like, hey, are you, yeah, and begging people, be like, hey, let me sign up, let me sign up, let me sign up. And you could have more than the criteria that they're asking for. I can't tell you how many times they're like, oh, eye level requirement 600, and I'm like, oh, I'm 615, I'm 616, whatever, and I'm instantly declined, and I'm like, okay, like shit, what the hell did I do, And it's nice to have, you know, that opportunity to actually sit down and do something together versus actually doing where you don't even talk to these other people, right? You're not even in Discord or anything else. They just say you're in, you're not in. Okay, they basically decide your fate if you're there for the next 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever you're doing, and then you feel like you wasted your time on the game, and then you're like, should I even keep playing the game? Because I feel like I'm wasting my time, and your time, my time, their time. All of our times are valuable to get to this point, right?
That's why, after like 6 weeks, I was looking at 6 weeks after coming back, I was looking at the build, and I did a couple of points better than and I'm looking at this shit going, we got like none of these guys playing, none of these guys are going to the platform that I'm trying to play on. Like none of these people
Thanks for the like, guys. I really appreciate that.
and just the way they're talking, what they're talking about, like they're talking about 2 of 8 on this and some of them are 7 of 8 on road. And I'm looking at them going, what the hell? You know what I mean? And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like, yes, it's like,
I mean, I know that there's like extenuating circumstances, maybe half the guild left because, there were some real life problems or like I get shit happens. Like, there are some things you just can't fix right away, and it happens, and maybe it delays your progress. But like with the way that heroic and mythic is right now, like it's not that from. I mean, okay, Queen Ansarac on heroic, there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit going on. So if you just, it's not right. It's about paying attention and doing your thing. But I mean, considering other bosses that you fight, like there's a lot of shit going on in that boss. It's a fun fight, and I really enjoy it. My favorite fight is Princess, and she's got way more shit going on than freaking Queen, in my opinion. Like there's so many lines on the floor. You got your lines, her lines, more lines, freaking shit firing at you every 5 seconds. And that's one of my favorite fights in this, expansion. But like, you're right, like unless there's something really crazy happening, there really shouldn't be an issue as to why you didn't clear heroic at this stage if you guys are consistently raiding every week. Even if it's one night a week, I've seen guilds who clear that shit, early on one night a week, It does, and like some of those guilds that I was telling you about that, like I had fun in, even if we didn't down everything right away. Like the other part of that is, we were there for each other and we were like, okay, like what can we do to make shit better? But at the same time, we would also have fuck around nights, right? Where we would be in a raid and half the people are drunk and we're like, yeah, we're just doing this for alts and we're just doing this just cause. I mean, it's not a need thing for me, but it's always one of those fun things to hear everybody else, see how they perform and how they do things. You know what I mean? Like, oh damn. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of those things where you know I don't know if I said it earlier with you guys, but I know I said it in general. Like the community that I miss, and I don't even just mean Warcraft. I just mean in general, and something that I'm trying to build myself is that type of gaming community. That type of gaming community where like where you used to sit on the couch and play, a console with your friend where you're playing Mortal Kombat or whatever, and you get pissed off because all they're doing is punching, and they won, and at the end of the day, you turn around and you punch them in the shoulder, and you're like, quit doing that shit. But yet you guys can laugh it off because you guys are close, and like it, it's not that serious, like like that. Yeah, we fuck with each other, but we fuck with each other. Like that kind of community. You can't take a joke, like you're probably gaming community in general is probably not the one for you, but right now, I'm actually looking for something new because right now I'm basically a stay-at-home dad for my two girls. I do. I'm not married. Okay, they're my girls. I don't care what else I'm gonna say right after this, but they're my girls. They're my daughters, but they're biologically, by law, not mine. But they're mine. Like I don't care what anybody else says. Like I'm 38. Um, yeah. Sorry. Hold on one second. I'm in the middle of this boss fight, and it's kind of fucking me up because this tank is being weird. Yeah, I was trying to do time walking here, but apparently I queued for the wrong. I queued for regular dungeons and not time walking. That happens once in a while, but yeah. So right now, like, I don't have a specific work schedule other than streaming. I mean, I've made I haven't made a living off of streaming, but I have made some enough money to help out here and there. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to look for something new right now, just because, well, for a lot of reasons, right? But she, when her and I got into our relationship the first time, 3 years ago, right? Literally, our anniversary was at the middle of this month. So like 3 years ago, she was like, I don't want to give this up. I don't want to give that up, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, all right, no worries. And I came out here. I got a job. We live together. We're doing our thing. And then, we realized that even though we had two jobs, we still couldn't afford some of the other things. Like, we were sending them to daycare, and we were doing all the other stuff that, regular everyday Joes do, right? But it was costing us more to have two jobs than it was for us to have one job. Which sounds weird, I know, but it was. So basically, she said, I want to do this and I want to do that. And I was like, all right. I'm like, cool. So I volunteered. I was like, if you want, I'll stay home with the girls. I get to connect with them more. I get to make up some time that I didn't have. Because when I first got here, one was 5, one was 7, so it gave me the opportunity to spend some more time with them and be there for them when they came home from school, and even go pick them up because they weren't on the bus at the time. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting all sentimental and all that shit. Anyway, but like, so, it worked out better for us, and it actually gave us a cheaper life somehow to have one job. And I don't know how we figured that out, but it did. But now, with the way things are going, it's just not working out that way anymore. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll figure this out. I'll even get, like a better job, than what I had before. And that way maybe she can stay home and do some shit with the girls and be with them. So we're trying to support each other and just be there for each other, basically. But so yeah, it's complicated, but it's not complicated for my work schedule. Like, obviously it's not complicated. There's no technical work schedule, but at the same time, I do set myself for streaming stuff, you know what I mean? Well, damn, that sounds nice. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Not gonna lie, I mean, before all this, I was a chef. Like, before I even moved where I am right now, like, I lived on the east. I was born on the East Coast. What's that? um, some of my favorite customers. Like, I was born on the East Coast. I stayed in Boston, Massachusetts for a good chunk of my life, and I even lived in New York City, but I ran restaurants out there. I created menus. I did every... No. I'm not even a big football fan, to be honest with you. I'm a hockey fan. But yeah, I ran a few restaurants out there. I ran a couple of restaurants in New York City, and I ran a hotel at one point. Actually, that hotel was really cool because it wasn't a normal hotel. It was a camping hotel. So, like, it was a hotel business, but they rented out tents, like luxury tents, to people. That was so cool. But anyway, and I came out here, I ran a restaurant out here. And yeah, so I just need to get back into doing it again. It was on Government Island. I can't remember what the hotel name was, but it was on Government Island. They had like real like thick tarp. It wasn't even tarp. It was this real thick canvas tent. They had luxury stuff. Like, literally, we served you breakfast, lunch, dinner. We had entertainment. They did like little s'mores packages. They had campfires everywhere. Like, literally, it was a whole freaking like outdoor experience camping, but literally luxury style, except for, I mean, even in your tent, you had queen size beds, you had your own refrigerator, you had a whole view of like depending on which tent you were in, you might even have like the Statue of Liberty in your view, but you had the whole bay and everything. It was beautiful, man. They even had activities like renting out bikes and going around the island and hiking, and it was a lot of shit. It was really cool. Yeah, and that was cool too, because like you didn't even have to come out for breakfast. What we did is we got there early enough. Oh, that's the thing. They actually have campfires there that they set up at night, and they offer you a s'mores package, but like luxury style. Like they give you like Ghirardelli chocolates. They give you these marshmallows with chocolates inside. Like it was nuts. And breakfast stuff, like you didn't even have to come out for breakfast. So like if it wasn't like, oh, it's 7:30, you guys missed breakfast, or 9 o'clock, you no, we got there at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we brought you like breakfast trays to each tent. So like we brought, like, you woke up to somebody saying, hey, breakfast time, it's right out here if you want it. It was a good time. I'm not gonna lie. Like I lost a lot of weight during that time. I was doing like 25,000 plus steps a day. It was a lot. Yeah, and to even get there, you actually have to take the ferry to get out to the island itself. Like it was cool. And you could even rent, I guess you call it rent, right? It's not really rent. You don't rent your own boat, but like you could get with this guy who would actually like drive you near the Statue of Liberty, and you guys would hang out for a little while in the water with it towering over you. Like it was cool shit. Oh, come on. You got this. Just smoke a bowl, you'll be all right. But that place really tested my ingenuity skills in real life for doing kitchen stuff, because we didn't have a full functioning kitchen. We had little gas container hot plates, right? Like it wasn't even electric. We had gas container hot plates. We had a couple of coolers, literally just to keep things together. But like everything that we made from scratch. And when we made it from scratch, we had to find a way to prepare it and make it in a tent. Right, it was so hard. We had this nice Brazilian grill out back. It was a wood fire. It was a wood grill, like it was Brazilian wood grill. Like it was beautiful, man. It was nice. It was a lot of challenge. Even our dish pit was its own separate trailer, and then like our prep trailer, it like that was a separate trailer. Like everything was a separate trailer, and we had such small spaces to work in, and like it was so challenging. But it was a good time. That's so funny. You can walk through all of these guys physically, boom, Boom, but you can't walk through the person who's not even really there. That shit's funny. That's really cool, by the way. Timmy here likes to play. He likes to play World of Warcraft too. See, that's always the good shit, right? Like, you don't even realize it's time to go home. That's awesome. Yeah, I think, and I know everybody doesn't have that, but I feel like, a good chunk of people always have that one job that they actually enjoyed, and then they move on to something that they're like, oh yeah, yeah, no, I'm really moving up because this is what I want to do and this and that, but they never enjoy a job more than they did that one job. Whether it was younger, older, it don't matter, but there's always that one job. See, that's the thing, right? Like, because I'd worked restaurants before, right? I've been the head chef, you know, executive chef. I've done all that shit before, but that job in particular, because it was outside, because it presented new challenges to like really get me to like figure, and I had to repair more than I've ever had to repair in my life. Because when you're a chef, like an actual chef, and not just like, you know, like a line cook, right? When you're an actual chef and you're in charge of all that, you're not just someone who knows how to cook. You're not just someone who serves the food up to the window and tell the server to come get it. You're a repairman. You're an accountant. You're, you know, I mean, like, you're pretty much, you're a butcher. You're everything on the list except for, you know, like maybe like two things, right? And I've had to repair more shit outside with stuff that I was never comfortable with touching before. You know, like even now, I still wouldn't go near an electrical socket if I didn't have to, but out there I had to because we wouldn't get an electrician except for like in a week because they couldn't come out to the island. So like there was shit that I did that even now I'd be like, I'd look at it and go, let's call somebody because I really don't want to fuck with that. But I did that shit and it really kept me on my toes, and it, you know, like it was good. Like you said, you know, in the beginning I was like, I don't know how I feel about this because, you know, there was a lot going on, but I was like, you know, fuck it, this is just me being in my head. And I tried it and I was like, damn, this is a lot better than I thought it was. Yeah, I I'm looking forward to it, honestly. It's one of those I'm still a little nervous about just because of the word mythic, I guess, you know, but I'm looking forward to it. My It's not like anxiety. It's that nervous energy that's like excitement. So like I'm looking forward to it.
I give it like this. This is time. So I'll give you this question. So for most people, when they first enter what it is, um, they know what it is. They know what it is. It's not it's made a little bit complicated. Everybody knows what it is. There's a lot of people out there that want to go ahead. Like to tell me that they want to go ahead and get this worked on. It's the point, I guess, of there's a lot of people want to do it. Actually go ahead and do it,
I think that's why a lot of people go solo, you know, in Warcraft.
That's a good controversy for so many years it's not been discovered or really amongst a lot of people. I would say I've known people out there that know what it is. Maybe 5% of the people that know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of half and half. You know, people just don't have the desire to do it because heroic can be done a lot easier now, supposedly. You know, like if these people are still doing heroic by the end of 6 months, like, is it is it hard or is it just skill level at this point for you personally? You know what I mean? Or is your raid group just not the raid group that you could have? You know, not everybody needs to push mythic rating, but at the same time, you guys shouldn't be struggling on the last boss in heroic 6 months later, like we've said, you know, like 50 times, right? Like there's just a difference. Like if you guys don't want to do mythic, then don't do mythic. You want to down heroic for the 30th time, then go do it. Like that's the difference, you know. But if you guys are struggling struggling at the end, then this is not TBC and Wrath anymore. This is not Cataclysm where, you know, like these bosses are, you know, harder because there's no mythic, and heroic is where it's at, slash you have 25 heroic, you know what I mean? I mean, I try not to be too overconfident in myself. I like to be just enough where I can be like, yeah, I can get the job done, and then find out where I can push myself to be better. This tank has got to be fucking trolling us right now. Sorry, I'm listening. I'm listening to you, but this tank has got to be trolling us right now. First of all, like Cataclysm dungeons are not what they used to be. Like when it first released, you know, like they were a lot harder. But at the same time, there are still certain mechanics that Cataclysm dungeons like require you to follow. And you know, like the one that I'm in right now. What is it? The Stone Core? No, not the Stone Core. That's the one right now. Uh, Stone Vault. Thank you. Stone Core, Stone Vault, whichever one it is. And in the first, what is it? 1, 2, 3. It's like 3 or maybe 4 mobs. Like right when you get right in, you have to focus down mana. You have to what's his name? Mana Millstorm, whatever his name is, and then you have to focus down the big guy who turns into the elemental, and he just wipes everybody. And this guy pulled all 3 at the same time, and no one had time to interrupt. And we went through those 3 groups twice, dying twice before we got it, our 3rd attempt. And now he pulled in that before you get to the first boss, or no, sorry, after the Drake and you get to the elemental boss there, he literally freaking pulled 3 groups with the little collars and went right to the boss, and then pulled the boss to the other side where all the little NPCs get one shot. But it's like, why are you pulling so many NPCs and garbage and trash into the freaking boss? Like those guys summon like 500 demons on top of the ogres jumping around and killing everybody. Like, take 10 seconds kill the trash, then hit the boss, we could have already been done with this freaking dungeon. Like, that's the thing, you know, like if you know the trash even just a little bit, like I'm saying, like you don't pull all three of the first trashes together in the Cataclysm one. You could probably pull the first two if you can silence them enough. But you also have the gear. This guy did not have gear. Yeah. I mean, I'm not like trying to brag with those first couple of pulls, but like those ones are simple, easy ones to see. You know what I mean? At least in my opinion. And so many people died to the second boss here because in the Cataclysm one, because they don't get out of that little circle that instantly smashes you, and it gives you like so much time to get out. It's like, really, guys? The guy's name is Ozruk, and he does like when you're tanking him, he does like a conal thing, and then right after that, he does it's a huge circle where he smashes, and if you stay in there, you automatically die. And then there's the elemental bulwark, so you gotta like know like when to cast, when not to cast. Nani. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Um. I'm not sure what his name was, but I mean, like, when the Warlock called him out and be like, hey, it's not that I don't think you can tank, it's just I don't think you have the gear to pull this much. They went back in, trolled us again by pulling even more than they did the last time, and then just left us. And it's like, what was the point of that, bro? Like, all they said was that I just don't think you have the gear to pull that much. They weren't even being rude about it. Like, if you want to do, big dick tanking, big dick DPS, have the backup to do it. You know what I mean? It's not about going in and proving it when you're undergeared by a shit ton. It's about proving it with what you got and showing that you can do better than what average people do with what you got. Nani, so basically I joined a guild tonight, and I did not get AOTC. However, I did get Council down tonight. I'm just on Queen. The group fell apart at Queen, so that's kind of like where I'm at right now. Is all I gotta do is Queen. But at this late at night for me, like I know it's during the day for you, but like at this late at night for me, it's nothing but a bunch of elitist buttholes, right? That are gonna consistently be like, okay, we wiped once, disband the group. So it's like it's hard to get a decent group at this point. But I'm close. I'm so close. Earlier in this week, I did the first 6 bosses in one raid. Then I got Council tonight. All I need is Queen. I'm so close I can taste it. But I joined a guild tonight on my warrior so that next season I shouldn't have to worry about that. And it looks like they're going to push into mythic rating. That's not something that's normally on my table. But if we work together enough, I mean, mythic can be fun too if you have the right group of people. So we'll just see how it works out. How have you been, though? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, new season is, what, a week or two? Yeah. Hey, baby. I mean, that's why I'm trying to get the AOTC now, because there have been times when they cut off AOTC when the new patch comes out, and there have been other times when they cut it out the Sunday or Monday before the season starts. So it's gone both ways. So I just don't even want to take the risk if I don't have to. I mean, I know AOTC is not like huge, but it's a milestone for me considering all that's happened to me in my WoW career the last, few expansions. I'm hoping so. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be good. Someone just asked me in my chat, they're like, oh, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Did you get AOTC? And I'm like, no, but I just joined this guild. I think it's going to be some good shit. But yeah, the whole time walking thing, it's because since Dragonflight and War Within has made it worse concerning tanks, but once you get to a certain item level, they're like, okay, we're just going to pull the whole dungeon. And then, like, for me, I don't mind doing content quick, like, whatever, but I also got on to enjoy the game. If you're pulling the whole thing and I didn't even get to throw out a freaking spell or even swing my axe once, it's not that fun anymore. You know what I mean? Like even if you want to do 10 million damage and I'm only doing, 1,000 damage because you killed it before I did, at least let me hit the fucking thing. But that's what they do. And then they take that into time walking, because almost every other time walking, you can pull a chunk of the dungeon and you're okay. You're geared for it. But Cataclysm and sometimes Legion dungeons, you can't do that because of like certain mechanics or like it's mostly certain mechanics, but like sometimes you'll get a dot or whatever, but they'll just pull it anyway, and it's like you can't even, like Shin was saying there, you can't do anything. Just pull 1 or 2 mobs in the beginning of time walking and let us do our thing, like it will be so much quicker if you just let us do our thing rather than trying to pull everything and wiping 6 times. It's kind of the same thing like with when we were doing the mythic earlier, right? Like when you said you were pulling, a couple of those mobs at a time, you're pulling like 3 mobs at a time. I know you were testing me, but you also knew you could handle that. You also knew you had Shin that could do, his shit when he needed to do his shit. So even if I was a failure, you still had backup to do it. And then there were other mobs where you pulled one mob at a time, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I realized why you did it, because of what they were doing. And I was like, gotcha. Oh no, I did. It like the only time that I don't like that is in time walking, or if I'm leveling a new character. Like if I'm leveling a character, I'm not necessarily in it to get to max level in 2 hours. I love the leveling process in general, and like not necessarily WoW, but I love leveling characters. And I want to feel like I'm leveling them. I don't want to go through a dungeon and be done in 10 seconds and I didn't do a single thing, because then I don't learn anything about my spec. I don't learn anything about my new talents, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are certain days where I go in and I'm like, okay, I don't have a whole lot of time. I'm going to go in and I'm going to hit this dungeon, and hopefully this tank pulls everything. And then they do, and I'm like, cool. Now I got to run. I'm glad I got to do that. But the majority of the time, I want to enjoy the content. I mean, they've put 20 years worth of content into this game. I want to see it. I want to enjoy it. I want to be a part of it. I don't know. I rant a lot about that kind of stuff because I'm just like, it frustrates me. But like, you weren't over pulling it, knowing that it was a mythic plus, right? Like, if it was a heroic, that's what everybody else would have done. They would just ran to the boss and been like, you didn't kill it, you died, that's your fault. Like, what? I couldn't even get to it. What do you mean I didn't kill it? That's the other thing too, right? Is tanks are losing that pay attention mindset. And I saw somewhere, I don't remember if I saw it in the Blizzard forums or if I saw it on one of those reports on World of Warcraft or whatever, like you see like statistic outside of Blizzard kind of thing. But apparently, because of how people are tanking right now, there are less healers than ever right now in the game, because healers don't want to be blamed for tanks' stupid shit. And the DPS are even on the healers even more because they can't even keep up. Like, they can't run to where the tanks are. Like, as the tank, right? Like, even in vanilla, people always, from what I can tell, people always said that from the beginning, if you're the tank, you're leading the dungeon, right? Like, if you don't know the dungeon and someone else does, then they tell you, but you set the pace, See, and I've heard that a few times. Not very many, but I've heard it a few times. And I think that's more true than the tank sets the pace. But even then, I mean, if the tank just runs in and pulls everything, I mean, what's the healer supposed to do? They can't even get a cast off before you run around the corner again. And then they're like, oh, healer sucks. Boom, leave dungeon. Like, what? Like, I was trying to do, my shaman healer a little earlier, and I was going through the time walking, but I couldn't even get, a healing surge off, which is not that fast a cast. Like, it's a pretty short cast time. And I couldn't even get it off because the guy was going around the corner. And I'm like, okay, so let me get around the corner. I get around the corner, and then all of a sudden everyone's health drops, and I'm like, okay, cool. Chain heal, healing rain, boom, let's get this shit, pumping. And as soon as I cast one spell, the mobs aren't even dead. He just pulls them to the next mob, and I'm like, I can't even heal anybody because no one's staying in one spot. But I don't know what it is about this expansion, but Arms Warrior has never been like huge for me. But this expansion, Arms Warrior has been has been a lot of fun.
Arms actually got about twice, and then
Nice.
5% damage all across. But it's better. They're still performing well. Yeah, so after that, they're still performing well. Trying to remember, there's something else that happened. Oh, yeah, just talk about what happened. The Nerf 2 Warriors, AOTC, that was kind of cool.
I love this little saw blade looking thing.
Reason why we did that is because world first. Yeah, thanks to world first clear, fucking Nerf Warriors partially. And then after that, they, added stuff. Nerf stole stuff, whatever. But then, after a while, they decided to Nerf Warrior more. Pretty cool. But then they ended up having Warriors were not doing damage. They were doing just as much as an auto. It was that fucking bad. I didn't see the target. I didn't even hear it. And a lot of people get pissed with the other people like, why the fuck is this class being nerfed in the ground versus other classes?
At least it's not that bad. My other wait minutes were like 15 minutes. This is awful. Like 6 minutes isn't too bad. Man, that cat in heat, she's nuts. My camera got knocked over, guys. Sorry.
But I'm like, dude, just leave them alone. They're fucking good. You know, they haven't been great or been played with in a long ass time.
There we go.
Yeah, no one fucking wanted to play Shaman.
See, I was enjoying my enhancement shaman, and then all of a sudden I didn't even know that they nerfed it because I don't pay attention to like every single class nerf. But like only like the couple that I play, like warrior and whatnot. But like all of a sudden, I wasn't doing very well as my enhancement shaman, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm just because I'm not playing meta, I'm not trying to like hit hard. But even like when I first started though, like at the beginning of this X pack, like enhancement shaman felt really fucking good. Not necessarily completely OP, but they felt good, and. Yeah, I hear you cutting in and out too. I thought maybe it was me at first. Yeah, I couldn't even do delves on my enhancement shaman after the nerf, and delves aren't hard. You know what I mean? Like it's not that I couldn't do them, but I was dying way more than I should have. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, I mean, I go in with my arms warrior who has one self heal, every freaking 25 seconds versus my enhancement shaman who's got, my self heal that I can cast until my mana runs out. or even just instacast because my maelstrom is up and I'm not surviving, and I'm like, what the hell? I mean, I know it happens sometimes, but like, and you know what? The thing is like, no matter what you do in a game, even on a PTR, like, you don't know what real ramifications that's going to have until everybody pushes it. It's like new new parts for your computer, right? Like everyone says, oh, you know, the new RTX, you know, pick your card, right, is going to be, you know, top notch because it does this, it does that, blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, but what are you pushing it on? And then you see all the tests, and they're pushing like one or two programs. They're not pushing it as hard as it should go. So it's not really even showing what it could really perform. They're just doing basic shit. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, like, run 6 games on it at once. Tell me what it can really do. You know, tell me what I can do on this thing. Don't just run one game, you know, internet and Explorer, or not Explorer. Wow, that shows my age. You know, whatever fucking thing in the background. And, you know, then say, oh, and at the same time, it's telling you your frames per second. It's like, yeah, but, you know, then they make these adjustments, right? Just like in the game. And anytime they make an adjustment, it has an effect across the whole game. And unless somebody is pushing it on the meta, like as a meta spec, you'll never really find out what that spec can do. Just like, you know, like a new graphics card, you'll never find out what they can do until it's pushed its hardest. They're going on the average person. Well, except for when they do world first. I know. It kind of it doesn't kind of suck. It really sucks, right? Like, people achieve things in this game, and then Blizzard kind of says, "Well, obviously you're too powerful." And it's like, "What do you mean I'm too powerful? Like, I'm not even like warriors were not outperforming every single class by, you know, 50%. They were only outperforming them, you know, by a moderate amount." There you are. Oh my god. My cat in heat is like literally trying to tear the door down just to get to my male cat. Like, no. We don't need any more babies. Too many babies. The funny thing is what you're saying is like the hugest consensus. my camera got all fucked up again.
It's like, yeah. And then I see, okay,
I got this little sign over there that just,
especially deathmatch.
it keeps leaning over on it. I gotta move that sign somewhere.
You guys going over like 20 mil to 30 mil when doing those big AoE battles. Fucking aiming on it for about 10 mil to almost 20 mil that almost fucking warriors can't even do that at all. Mages, you have multi-target fortresses that I haven't seen that this many people that much damage yet, but quite a bit more than they are in Siege 1. But yeah, nice fucking warriors. The highest I've seen knights done was about 7 mil, but that was during crazy crash. That's about it.
Yeah, like I really enjoy my Demon Hunter, and my Demon Hunter is usually one of my top mains. And you know, it started off with me leveling him this X pack, but like the way that they've treated Demon Hunters this particular X pack has not made it as fun as it usually is.
Oh no. Yeah, they haven't. But better? A good?
I heard that question mark in there. That's exactly what everyone else is doing right now. Better?
Yeah, they're there. Not yet. Down to like one bring them back in great. They fucking fall back and you're fucking dead. But now you hard game them. While that same situation with fucking priests too. Like shadow
Hi,
priests
Lyra's. Lyra came to join us, guys.
right, but they're not there to be shadow priests. What the fuck? I don't even know what the hell they're doing. Like they had someone specifically for these last branches and shit, and all of a sudden they no longer work in that department anymore. So I don't know what they're doing anymore with subclasses.
Hello, everybody on TikTok. Thanks for joining. Just doing some time walking right now.
Otherwise, it's gonna, I don't know, piss a lot of people off as the flop, you know? I mean, Warrior doesn't have anyone dedicated to get work from, right? Well, every other time they do rework, they'll leave. So, yeah, I don't know. It's so fucking annoying that they can't tell enough times.
You know what? Taking all that with a grain of salt, despite the fact that it's a really big grain of salt in a freshly cut wound. Um, I will say that even though I don't really play Paladin, Paladin has been in one of its best spots in years.
Yeah, Dragon Slayer definitely is worth it.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck, oh, that's fucking crazy, man. Like, what? It's so fucking easy just to press this button on your PC. Fuck this guy. I have a yeah, they didn't have very much AoE either. Yeah, fucking Jacob the Monster.
what did I get here? Nothing I need.
I mean, I would probably say second worst thing. The top take that's just fucking horrible is
They're horrible.
yeah, they, their fucking thing is still stuck back in I don't know, like they have to dip their health down just to do shit ton of damage and healing from their depth it regens their health back up. And that's based off how much mastery you have and how much crit you have with the active crit skill and crit damage on your target. That's been their whole shit. They now have like blood leeches where hit the mob next to you and you get percentage of healing health. No, they all have that.
What? That was such a great talent.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know why the fuck they did that. And then, what else?
That's literally been with them since like day one.
Yeah, by the way. It says that if I am right, I don't know if it's against my cat, but if I am right, I can go to the fucking lake and
Oh. The funny thing is about that an hour. There's only been like one person that I actually saw that said legitimately. I know it said I know in the title it said in 1 hour, but that's only because of how long it takes to craft something. However, to get to this thing, it took me like a week and a half. Like he was honest about everything, and he's like, however, this it'll sell within an hour when you put it up, and I'm like, okay, that's a lot better than telling me to go do 15 other things. That's only going to take me 5 minutes. Because raids don't old raids like legacy raids, they don't give you as much gold as they used to. Yeah. Yeah, that's real annoying because like when the holiday events are up, and I have I have so many alts, right? I go, okay, well, I don't need to be max level to just go in and do the thing because I just want a chance at whatever mount that they're dropping, right? Or whatever special thing that they're dropping in the holiday dungeon. I'll do, like 10, 12, or like 15 in my alts, whatever, because it only takes a couple of minutes once you get in there. And they're like, you've queued for too many instances. I'm like, what? Like, no. Yeah, I'll literally log out and come back in like a couple of hours if that ends up doing that because I'll be like, all right, I can go find something productive to do. But yeah, there's only a couple of legacy raids themselves that like give you I'm just going to say okay money. They're not going to give you the money that they used to. Like, I think if you do like Antorus and there's another one too, I can't remember, but if you run through the whole thing on one character, it gives you like 5,000 or 6,000 gold or something like that for running through and selling all the trash. Yeah, they're it's real low. It's like silver. Oh, sounds like he did it. Like, look at this. They don't even do armor like this no more. Like, look at this. You got a helmet that goes inside your shoulders to fill in those gaps. Then you got plate on the outside. Then you got plate on the outside again. Like, they literally layered this shit. They don't do stuff like that no more. It's sad. This should be a quickish, easy one. Holy crap. Of course, we were just talking about these tanks pulling, like, you know, half the dungeon and wrecking everything by themselves and not really being able to enjoy nothing, right? Well, of course, Time Walking has all these level 11 Fury Warrior tanks who go into one mob at a time and do like 10 million damage. Like during the anniversary event when somebody we had a regular protection warrior who went in and we were doing the Blackrock Mountain raid, and he was a protection warrior and he was doing like 40, 50 something million damage. I was like, what the hell? And we were running through those bosses like they were literally melted butter, like nothing. I mean, I know they fixed a little bit of it, but still, those level 11s are fucking everything up. Like right now, his first 3 hits brought him up to 22 million. I don't know. It always like surprises me and puts a smile on my face in the sense of like, shit, what the fuck am I doing wrong, until I realize what they are. This is going to be a quick run. Hopefully, this person wants to queue a couple of times, and then I can just get it done with. Oh shit. All the freaking debris still up there. Like, that's the second time I got pushed off this fucking thing. I didn't make millions, but back in the day, there was this this backpack before everyone was, had high-end backpacks and stuff. There was this backpack you could buy from the vendor for like 10 gold or some shit, and I used to sell it for like 150 gold for, it was like a 16 or like a 20 slot bag. And I would just put it on the auction house, and people would just buy it. And I'm like, well, fuck, okay, I'll spend 10 gold. And I didn't even have to do nothing. All I had to do was fill my bag up by buying 10 gold bags from a vendor, and I sold them for like 150 to 200 a piece. Yeah, my cat keeps hitting my keyboard and making me spin. Her big chunky booty is laying across my keyboard right now. That's the thing, though, right? Is that, like, everyone says that the, some of the top most professions that will make the most money in the beginning and by the end of the expansion are usually like enchanters and jewel crafters. And I understand because, you're constantly upgrading your gear and you need to replace gems and enchants and whatever. But like, there's a point once the raid opens up, about a month in, maybe 3 weeks in, something like that, where your gems go from 500, and this is just a random number, right? 500 gold a gem down to like 80 gold a gem. And then you're not making anything. Yeah. Yeah. Cheat the system, cheat the system. You're yeah, you're making 3 to 4 thousand per freaking proc. Sometimes it's the weirdest things that sell. I'm telling you, like it's everyone goes, oh well, everyone needs, like I was saying before, everyone needs gems, everyone needs enchants. Yeah, but once once the market is done, like I said, about 3 weeks, maybe a month into a raid, those prices drop so much. Okay, one, my issue is they drop because people are stupid on the auction house. Like, I'm not an economist, okay, but when you're selling something, like if you're selling an enchant or even a gem for 500 and then someone undercuts you for 100, that's stupid. That is so stupid. Undercut them for 5 gold. 5 gold. That's all you miss. And guess how much more you make? You know what I mean? Like, that shit pisses me off so to no end. But then, because once that person sells for 100, 500 other people do 100. And then after that, people sell it for 80 gold, 20 gold. And it's like, you guys just missed out on a huge opportunity. Anyway. See, and that's the other thing. Just undercut them by a small amount. You don't need to do anything crazy. There are transmog items that I've seen up there. I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna make some good money on this one. This one's gonna sell for 300,000, and I'm like, cool, right? I put it up there, and I go and check on it the next day, and I see somebody else put it up for 10K, and I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Like, are you really that stupid? Like, if you wanted to cheat me out of money, yeah, it's frustrating, but I can get over it about 1 second. But take 1,000 off. You know what I mean? Take 1 silver off. Do whatever you got to do, but don't take, freaking 270,000 gold off. That's just stupid. I'm not even an expert at the auction house. Just, undercutting is part of the process. That's not even the issue. It's just people being dumb about it. And because they don't even realize they set the whole new standard for it. So like if somebody else sees your lenses and they cut it down to 200, that's a lot of money you lose. I hope it works. I will say this. I know the auction houses are not perfect and they're still kind of messed up, but they're still 150% better than what they used to be. And I forgot what they used to be until I went and played a couple of hardcore characters, right? And then I went into the auction house, or even Season of Discovery, I think is what it was. And like, all of a sudden everybody is posting, like, let's say leather. One leather, one leather, one leather for like 10 pages. It's like, you guys are so, like, who has the time to do that shit? They're gonna skyrocket once the new season hits. Like, that, it's gonna happen because everyone's gonna be trying to sell that shit right to begin with, so that they can min max to go into the new raid when it pops, and for mythics. So if you think it's low now, buy. See, I'm playing on one of my Fury Warriors right now, and it just feels so good in time walking. And I know that's not a way to like gauge damage. I know time walking is all over the place, but it does feel good on time walking. I mean, I'm max level, but it feels good. See, my DBM doesn't even tell me when shit's fucking there anymore. I just watch for whatever target I'm attacking, and I look at those little bars and see if anything needs to be interrupted. Oh yeah, we were talking about add-ons earlier and stuff, and like, you know, just doing basic paying attention and stuff. Like, I'm a very, like, I heard somebody say in the other day that they were a minimalist in add-ons, right? They're like, oh, I don't like a whole lot of add-ons, I'm a minimalist, blah blah blah. They're like, I have 16 add-ons. I was like, minimalist? My ass. I'm like, you want to know minimalist? I have 4 add-ons, and one of them I don't use on the majority of my characters. One of them is Healbot. The other 3 is a rare detector, DBM, and my DPS meter. Yeah, I used to use Atlas Loot. The only thing that Atlas Loot did that retail still doesn't is it showed stuff stuff you can't obtain anymore. I mean, that's what I liked about Atlas Loot. It showed you stuff that you couldn't obtain anymore. Like, it would show you those PvP Elite ones that, you used to get from every other expansion. Even on like, I don't play Classic or Season of Discovery very often or anything, but like, even when I do, I still only have 4 for that one too. One of them, or maybe 3, but I have Questy because it's nice to have the thing actually read the quests to you. I don't even use it for the optimization that everyone uses for when they go, oh, this is the optimized way to level. I use it just basically just to read the quests for me while I'm running around doing the quest, and I think that's cool. I use Plates, I think is what it's called, Plates or Plater or something like that. Yeah, and it helps if because I started off in Season of Discovery, when it first came out, doing shaman tanking, so like it actually helped me with that a lot, and seeing nameplates and all that. Um, I got the DPS meter, um, and then I think a rare scanner. I think that's it. I try to keep it minimal to Classic too, because I know that they didn't really have add-ons back then. So like, I only do try to do like quality of life stuff. I like the DPS meter mostly just so that I can see how to improve myself. Yeah, they got a lot. I mean, obviously they have a lot of add-ons, but there was a couple that I saw way back when that literally told you your rotation and to when to use your special powers. And I'm like, but if you look at your bars, you can see that. Or if you look at the screen when it flashes up, you can see that.
Yeah, there has to be some type of hidden cost because that they originally had it better back in the reloading gen, where you had to down action bars for hidden cost strength. Now there's a fucking add-on where you put that back on and use it special um, that little add-on is like to show me when you're getting slapped on certain buttons instead of just trying to see if the fucking skill hit try to hit it. So how do I say it? Fuck. I forgot the two things that that way that affect talking about the other ability or rotation. What's it called? Hero. Hero something. I kind of had that because I was like, what the fuck is this hero rotation? Because I know I have a shield, so I thought that was really somewhat wrong because I prioritized just one choosing pieces over fucking terrible things on my buttons. But this is over that, but press this when I don't have that. You know, that's like a given. But at the same time, it's like I don't have enough snacks to make it worth the while. I'm like, it's fucking. So I just fucking call it. Once I got the rotation down to a certain level, I was like, okay, I understand where you're coming from.
That's the thing, though. Like, I feel like 90% or more of the mods that are out there should only be used to help you improve yourself to pay attention, right? They shouldn't be there for you to be as a crutch. And I know DBM, even for high end players, ends up being a crutch because they kind of just stare at the screen while they're doing their thing and they see the DBM and then they follow DBM. Like, I get it, but like if you're not paying attention, then you shouldn't be there in the first place.
Yeah, mainly DBM should only be there for like, okay, time to adjust the combos. Let's be ready for a job, yada yada.
Right.
Causes a little expensive, but not quite for what it was.
You're talking about Blackhand?
No, Black Hat wasn't bad, but it needed to have such a add-on that had to deal with the other thing.
Archimond?
Archimon, there we go. Yep, that one. Again, because the shield cells all around a specific order. Fire shots, they have to be within that order.
Yeah.
That fucking so hard to use
I did appreciate that they made Archimond himself being, the character that he is in the lore, that they made him harder, but the fact that people relied on, like you said, relied on add-ons for it so much just to be able to defeat him kind of made it pointless.
yeah, I mean, the one dungeon back in where we were staying, that one, I thought he was fucking hard to play because
I was gonna say, wasn't he hard because of the falling thing? And I didn't know exactly because I haven't done it, but yeah.
Yeah, was healed up or
Just waiting on our last time walking dungeon here, guys. Ooh, what do I got in my mail? I got a mail. Dark. How are you, man? I just woke up. By the way, I have not gotten AOTC yet. I am one boss away now. I got court earlier tonight. So I just need to hit Queen down in the next couple of days. And I joined a guild tonight to help me out with Season 2. And supposedly they're a mythic pushing guild, like for raiding. We'll see how that goes, because I've never been a mythic person. But we'll see how it goes. They seem like my kind of peoples. And if you have, you know, a good group, if you have people that you enjoy with, then even mythic, you know, will be fun. So we'll see how that goes. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really pushing for it. I'm actually listening to them in Discord at the same time that I'm talking to you. I'll need to learn how to, like, truly multitask now. This will be fun. Yeah, and it's funny too because Archimond, when they did that whole flying moose druid, the Grove Warden, I think it's called. If you got AOTC, that was the first time and last time I ever paid to get AOTC, but it was because I wanted the mount. And at the time, you know, it was 30,000 gold, and that was like everything I had at the time. And it's funny because like now I see everybody and they're like, oh, for one boss you have to pay like 500,000, and I'm like, excuse you, like what? I mean, I wouldn't pay for that anymore anyway, but I just wanted the Grove Warden. And 30k for a mount, for a unique mount that you can't ever get again, is not that bad, I think. Oh, you didn't get the Grove Warden, Dark? Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. It's nice on my Druid, despite the fact that my Druid has flight. Travel form flight. Hey, but you know what? You got something that most Europeans can't get. You got that hate cycle, man. You got the hate cycle. That is unique in your region of World of Warcraft. So hold your head up high, my guy. Oh yeah, me too. I forgot about that. Is there a mount right now for AOTC? No, for rating. I didn't think so, but yeah. Really? On my very first normal queen kill, 2 of them dropped, and I didn't get either of them. I haven't seen it drop since, but still. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a you can still get that. That's not a AOTC thing though, right? You can get that off. It's the first boss. You're talking about the Sarkarath. Yeah, but like the Shadow Flame Dragon, that's the one that the very first boss you fight, right? And there goes my cat again, trying to freaking... Oh my gosh. The one from Gallywix? That one and the what is it, the KSM or whatever it is mount actually looks really good too. Oh, is it really? The Gallywix one is mythic only? I didn't know that. I liked the owl flame mount, but the thing is culturally, I'm supposed to basically not do a whole lot with owls, so I didn't like. I wasn't disappointed in not getting it. My cat literally just walked all over my keyboard and my mouse and killed me. Like, it's not a big thing. Like, owls aren't a bad thing in my culture. It's more or less the omens that they bring. You know, kind of like a lot of other cultures will say crows bring bad omens. It's not that all owls bring bad omens, but they bring a truth to things, and basically you're just supposed to avoid them. You're not supposed to harm them. You're not supposed to do anything. You're just supposed to avoid them. That's it. Yes, sir. Nope. So like anytime I go into like, Walmart or any fucking store and they got an owl plushie there, I'm like, son of a bitch. I mean, I know it doesn't really count because it's not a real owl, but I really try to avoid anything like that. It is. I mean, I live I live in the desert now, but like I grew up in the countryside, so like I heard them all the time, and you're just like, fuck, what was that? Oh my god, the cats fighting are ridiculous. I totally agree with you. Owls are much bigger than people realize. It's kind of like a vulture or even like eagles. Like people look at eagles in pictures from like when they have like the zoo pictures, right? But they don't have like fully grown mature eagles. Like they're huge, and vultures are huge. Like their wingspan is longer than you are. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Yes. Yeah, there have been a couple of reports of taking babies. Like even if you set your baby down for a second and you're trying to get something out of the car, like you better be on your game because they don't just come in and go, oh hey, let me sniff around and take the baby. They do it in like half a second. Yes. I mean, I wouldn't be happy to be in a zoo either. Yeah, we went to the zoo last year or the year before, I can't remember, and we saw there was a little eagle exhibit there. There was like 3 eagles, I think. And one of the biggest one there, their talons, I swear one talon was just the size of my actual hand. Not even not their whole claw, not their whole hand, just the talon that was coming out. I was like, man, I'm like, I already know not to mess with you, but please, I don't want to mess with you. And I think they know it too. That's probably why they got that face. They're like, come on, try it. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Um, Eagles. I mean, so like, um, Shin was talking about even owls too. Like they're so much bigger than we think they are. Like every time we see an owl, like in a picture or anything like that, like even when you're a little kid and they're like trying to show you what an owl is, they're showing you like this little tiny owl or like those little pygmy owls that like sit in the trees, and then you see like this real owl, and it's like almost the size of an eagle, and you're like, what the hell? And you're like, you don't realize how big these guys really get. And then when they screech, even when they get louder, whoo. No pun intended with that who, by the way. Yeah, 100%. See, it's funny because like, um, my girlfriend and I we're both native, right? But like she's Navajo and I'm Apache, so like not a lot of our stuff like clashes, but it also clashes at the same time. Like for her, spiders are not a good thing, but in my culture, spiders are actually a blessing, unless they're a particular type of spider. So like then people are like spying on you, according to the lore, or they're using, a particular like a black widow. If you see a black widow in your home, that means someone's trying to spy on you or trying to hurt your family. It's a whole thing. Like she's like, kill it, and I'm like, don't kill it. And she's like, why? I'm like, if you kill it, you get bad luck. I'm like, don't put that on us. But so I'm still the man where I'm called to take care of spiders, but instead of killing them, I'm the one who travels across the whole yard, goes to the edge of the fence, tries to put them on the other side, and be like, come on, friend, let's go. You just get to the other side now. And that's the other thing too. Like I don't mind getting rid of them in the house, like whether it's bad luck or not in that sense, because I also got my girls to protect. You know what I mean? Like I'm not about to put them in harm's way because of that. Absolutely. I don't even know what kind of spider this was. It wasn't a wolf spider and it wasn't a tarantula, but it was hairy like both of them. But they had one in their room and it was like this brown and this yellow color. And as soon as I saw a bright yellow color, I was like, or just a bright color in general, I was like, everything tells us that bright colors in nature usually mean poisonous. So, I got it out of there, but I was like, I've never seen a spider like that. They literally discover, like I feel like 200 species of like new spider, new ants, whatever insect it is. They discover like between 10 and like 200 new variants of them every year, and no one even knows about it. The one I never want to encounter, but I still kind of want to see at the same time, are those giant spiders in the rainforest. Like, if I could see one of those that are on the other side of a glass, like a glass wall, I'd be okay to see that one. But I don't want to encounter it just walking by, like making it look like the size of a little dog. For what? All right, guys. It is 4 in the morning for me. I'm going to continue this journey tomorrow night. Hopefully, I can even try and do some of this during the day. Maybe even just, by luck, by getting it. I am trying my hardest to get this in the next 48 hours. I really want this AOTC. I know you guys are here to support me, so I really appreciate it. So with that said, I'm going to say it's time to light that campfire. Take off your armor, polish it, sharpen your blade, ready for our next adventure, because, as always, tomorrow brings the next one. An adventure awaits, my friends. Until then, Dark, Zaku, Plague, everybody, Wolf, even the people who don't show up, like Suizu, I appreciate all of you. Until next time, guys, have a great night, and don't let the bedbugs bite.